Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome to TDL Asia 15. My name is Finnick, solo casting tonight, as my usual co-caster is unavailable. But we've got 3 BO3s tonight. First one, Team Kobolds versus Flux. Both the teams have been around TDL for a while, and I'm excited to see what we come up with. Team Kobolds, Mongolian team, got quite a interesting selection of heroes, potentially. And don't know the country of origin of Flux, because the Wikipedia page doesn't have everybody there, but we will see eventually where that is. Either way, as is usual when I solo cast, I'm going to mute myself for draft, but when the draft is over, I will return and we will get into game number 1 of the best of 3 series, Team Kobolds versus Flux.
Team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team Dire team pick.
Timber saw!
10 Radiant seconds remaining. Team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Tackies!
'Radiant team Dire pick. Team pick.
Shadow Demon!
Mirana. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Zen stands ready.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Slaughter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Warlord.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Choose your hero.
Hello again, and Flux have some very interesting picks, and by that I mean I'm not sure what their support that isn't techies is. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to figure out who played what position in the lobby, so we'll have to take a look at items. I assume that the cores are Terrorblade, Slardar, and Razor. And this is some sort of weird Sven support, although it could be some sort of weird Slardar support. I would not think that Terrorblade would go anything other than 1, and that Razor would go anything other than 3 or 2. Especially into this Troll Warlord, right? I feel like you want to go 3 Razor into that. Either way. Kobolds, a bit more traditional draft. You got Timbersaw and Primal Beast going 2-3, one or the other. We're on a Shadow Demon in supports, and of course Troll Warlord, position 1. Troll's one of those picks where you can itemize around him, but if he gets a good game, it is very difficult to deal with him. Not a whole lot of damage from Flux Esports isn't right-click, which does make things a little bit scary, especially if Slardar can't get those bashes through the melee axes. But still, I do favor Kobold's draft here. Just because I know what it is, but that does not mean that Flux's draft is bad. It just means that I can't make heads or tails of it at the moment. We are now into the game, an immediate pause because it is online Dota. Taking a look at items. Slardar mid for Fufu Fire. The Sven core. And a Terrorblade support. Okay, I was way off. I thought You know what? It must be some sort of thing that's been played in Pro Dota that I just completely and totally, like, missed. Because I haven't been watching Dream League because it's been on at a bad time for me. So I'm interested in what this TB support pick has in store, because I, once again, have not seen it. But should still be fun. It's a Primal Beast mid with the offlane Timbersaw, based on who has the ward. And then safe lane is Sven. So Sven, and then mid lane Slardar, which is a little weird. Offlane Razor. And supports are Techies and Terrorblade. All right. Internet problems causing the pause. Hopefully things work out. Okay. I love the name Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Because it's a play on Toronto, Tokyo, but Las Vegas is a obviously Las Vegas, gambling and tourist capital in the West. Gatlinburg is not a gambling town at all, but it is a tourist I don't know if tourist trap's the right word, because like it's right next to Pigeon Forge and Dollywood's there, and that's like a big it's a town in Tennessee that has a high tourism industry and a lot of like family tourism, whereas Las Vegas is quite a bit more adult. But I still think that that's a fun play on Toronto, Tokyo, Las Vegas Gatlinburg. So I do like that name, a bit more American. Not exactly sure which country he's from. Although Kobolds is, I think, a Mongolian team, so probably Mongolia. It's just a funny name. I like it. Yeah. Team side, take your time, so I'm not gonna hold the lobby up quite yet. But yeah, Las Vegas Gatlinburg. That's a fun name. I like it. Fufu Fire, we've seen him a lot in TDL. X-God, we have seen previously in TDL. Excuse me. Thought I had a work thing come up. Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot to talk about with this pause because I don't have a co-caster. And instead, I'm just sitting here while the game is paused, making a comment about one of their names. And the fact that I have not seen TB support, even though it's probably something that some pro did and or some pros have done, and I just have been completely missing it. So as someone who has never seen it before, what's the logic for Terrorblade support? Right, so you have Sunder, which you can use to feed health to your carry or what have you as a save. There's Meta, which is obviously just damage. Conjure Image, which is damage. Reflection, which is... Reflection, which is damage, and Conjure Image, which is just illusions. Right. And these are damaging illusions, but they're not hero illusions. And Sunder is... Because, like, Sunder can be used for kills, but I assume in support context it's mostly used as a save, which would, like, enable to go for Sven or Slaughter to go in. And then... Reflection's good harass in lane. And Meta's just damage. I guess I'll see the build and see how that works. Shadow Demon has reconnected. Alright, team's saying good one ready. And we're finally ready to go. A little smoke on smoke action to start out the game. Both teams heading bot side. I love that taunt. Just baby rage. It's great. Start of the fight. Ree getting caught in a disruption. R very low as well. In come the blood grenades, but Las Vegas Gatlinburg goes down first for first blood. Winter running away from Foo Fire as well. In comes Panda with a bit of damage, but all in all, it ends up being 2 for 1. The health bars are pretty low. Techies bringing a sticky bomb up onto the high ground. Panda trading some damage on a Foo Fire. Won't live. Goes 3 for 1 in favor of Flux.
The battle begins.
Terrorblade now in a bit of trouble. 3v1 bot side, and the axes take him down. Either way. Plus going pretty deep off the start of that, and this is Terrorblade 4.
Thoroughly. What's up next?
And a Techies 5. Of course, Panda in trouble with the Storm Hammer. Sticky Bomb had already been used on him. He's able to get the stick back out, and even with the Q going down, X-God still there for the kill with the Blast Off. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, also Cole up against Foo Fire. Foo Fire getting the better end of the CS denies. Getting that Bash of the Deep does help quite a bit with that CS. The Panda's not having a great lane top. TB, meanwhile, going down, or getting a kill on a Winter bot, excuse me. There was taken out. Metamorphosis. Doing quite a bit of damage. This is thus far the same start as you would on a core Terrorblade, with a reflection into Metamorphosis, level 2. Bottle for Ossicle. Foo Fire does not have 1 to his name, but he's going to go for the Water Room bot. Meanwhile, arrow lands on Alley, but ours here with the whip. The ones off. Flux Esports off to a great start this game. Ahead in all 3 lanes. Nice Bash of the Deep and a Slithering Crush on Ossicle. He is not having a good time of it. Even with the trample going down, another Bash would actually do him in. Foo Fire knows this, dives under the tower, gets a Slithering Crush and an auto attack for the kill. Top side. And able to get some CS over Ree. It's still not amazing. X-God doing his best attempt to keep Panda out of the way. No, bot side. Las Vegas Gatlinburg very low. Then comes the Plasma Field, Blood Grenade as well. With the Axis getting thrown out, the Star Storm down. Ali's looking for it, has Reflection up in 3 seconds. Getting some damage on a Winter. In comes the Axis. Some regen being used. Oh, he's got meta in 19 seconds. Yeah, once again, great start for Flux Esports to get the disruption out onto the support, but Reese back in with a Stormhammer. X-God comes in with a blast off. Munjin, very low. Will he go down? Yes, he will. Ree getting body blocked by Panda, though, taking up the tower, but he's able to get out just fine, even with the Whirling Death hitting him. Meanwhile, diving under towers, Fufu Fire gets slithering crushed on another bash. Ozzical running through the trees, but Fufu Fire just way too strong right now. Currently setting just bracer power treads, but is making quick work of the enemy mid lane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ali Akbar. Getting an Osicle on top of him with the trample. Blood Grenade goes down.
Radiant's middle tower is under
In comes the leap. Starfall goes in. Ali tries to deny himself, but Osicle still gets the kill. Meanwhile, Fufu Fire 2 levels up
Radiant structures are fortified.
in the mid lane. Take a look at the net worth, though. There's all Flux Esports at the moment. Significant leads in the mid lane and bot as well. Another kill going the way. Now 2 supports versus a mid and a support. Munjin. Just that bash doing a quarter of his health. Plus once again looking very strong right now. Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Level 4 alongside R. Ali's got meta. They can maybe go for this, but both supports have run down. Winter and Munjin. We've only gotten an R. In comes the Axes. They get the disruption out. Shadow Poison here as well. Ali's around. Pops the meta. R in trouble, though. Gets the static field out. He's very low, but Las Vegas Gatlinburg gets as well. He has to run away. In comes the Shadow Poison. It's good enough to kill R, but Fufu Fire gets Osicle in the mid lane solo.
Radiant's middle tower is
The play for the rune. X-God's here. Sticky Bomb on a Winter. Ron's got no leap, but the blast off was juked and Winter TP's out. Still much needed kill bot side for Team Kobolds.
under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Sounds coming bot on a Las Vegas Gatlinburg. In comes the disruption, but Ali with the reflection gets the kill. Are halfway to level 6. Fufu Fire just absolutely dumpstering in this mid lane. Munjin steals away the DD rune. We got an up-range arrow, close range arrow, excuse me. Fufu Fire, but he got that just fine. He's got a completed Mask of Madness now, going that Blink Dagger. He's a very strong Slargar play. We see massive net worth disparity, about 2,500 gold. It is half, or double the net worth, I should say, of Osicle. I mean, his supports are a mid. It's a 4-level difference. Fufu Fire. Once again, absolute dumpster. Around him in the mid lane. Getting vision. Gonna try to play for something. X-God, though, up on the high ground. Sticky Bomb on a Winter. Pink's coming in from the Slardar. He goes pretty fast up against Winter, but Winter's got 2 leap charges, so we'll be able to get out regardless. Alley coming mid. Woohoo Fire and X-God. I think this is a chance to collapse on Obstacle, but they got a Disruption, Shadow Poison on Alley. He's running out. Gotta be careful with the Sunder, though. That is up and available. The Trample's here. Metamorphosis popped. Munjin in trouble. That bash does half his health. That was half of a support's health bar with 1 bash of the deep. That is unfair. Pushing the tower with meta. TP's coming in. Now a 2v3. They got the Pulverize down, but Fufu Fire stays alive quite handily. Sunder gets used for the save, and with that, the tower's gone. Panda's running out of the way. Gets the Timber Chain out. Fufu Fire, 2 stacks of Shadow Poison. It has to be careful. And comes the Sacred Arrow. Gets on top of Alley. He does not have his save available to him. Still 2 stacks of Shadow Poison. Make that 3 with a Dispersion, or Disruption, I should say. Alley goes down. X-God's in the area, though. Now it's 2v3 once again, but Fufu Fire is very fed. I'll just take the TB and leave. How's Zara doing? He's big chillin'. Going to dual Wraithband into Manta. Stacks being taken by Ree. Again, this gold advantage, 5k at 1120. That is absolutely massive. Almost 500 gold a minute.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Is that gold gap? Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Making a way towards Roche Pit. Just to TP back. Smells something's up. Fluxes all these stacks. They're moving as a team. Fufu Fire. Hunting for Obstacle. Blink, Slithering, Crush, Bash of the Deep. Obstacle turns around with a Pulverize, but the teammates are making their way in. In comes the Disruption, but the Sticky Bomb's out on a Munjin. Moonlight Shadow being used, but double bombs. Munjin goes down. Winter's on the side. Blink from Panda. Gets a Shocker Mount. The Timber Chain. Good enough for the shutdown kill. Ours on Obstacle, though. Able to get the tether, but not able to get the kill. Even with that static link going down. Winter's running away. The Plasma Field's not good enough to hit. Flux losing the Slardar. Not what they want to say, but those stacks are being taken by Ree, and now he's up to the top net worth. Thank you very much to the supports. That is a massive injection of cash. He's now got, I think that's Echo coming on Courier. Is that Echo? Other way, Fufu Fire getting the kill in the mid lane. Now on a 2v3. Obstacle's here. In comes the Sunder, and Obstacle is gone. TB sacrificing his life for his cores. So yeah, Echo Saber completed by Sven going BKB. Got a pause and a DC. Apparently a crash. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I have to admin this on me while casting. This is the way of TDL. Probably is reconnected. GWR is in chat, so pretty quick pause, all things considered. Enter. Here with Fufu Fire. That's just disgusting. Leap, blink, crush, bash. One more auto. Deleting the Mirana. Fufu Fire is absolutely massive right now. Going into his own Echo Saber, which he's only 800 gold away from. R, meanwhile, not going the Manta, instead going for the BKB. Oscar at least has a Blade Mill now, but still very far behind. Now they go in the Spirit Vessel. Panda's got his Kai, he's got his Blink. The only bright spot for Team Kobolds in terms of net worth right now is that Timber Saw. But to 1v9 a game is Timber Saw, you gotta be significantly more ahead than he got coming out of lane. Roshan started by Flux. Moonlight being used by Team Kobolds. They get the start onto the Razor. The Pulverize and Chakram. Flux gonna make the call just to rush down. And comes the Aegis for Fufu Fire. A beautiful blast off into a Blink Slithering Crush. And just like that, Team Flux have owned the team fight. Really well played by X-God, catching 3. A great follow-up from Fufu Fire. Just absolutely destroying Kobolds. Losing the Razor, trading for 4. I don't think there's a whole lot Las Vegas Gatlinburg can do right now. It's now 7k net worth advantage for Flux. Rapidly growing. Fufu Fire going into the Ags after he's picked up the Aegis. This man has... X-God has not died once. Fufu Fire has died only once this game. Spirit's also completed by Ollie. He's got his BKB coming on Courier. So he's ready to fight. X-God setting up a few mines in Kobold's jungle. At the moment, Fufu Fire. Disrupted by Munjin. Blinks away. Flux, once again, absolute control of this game. Dota Plus says 86%. Got 14% really comes down to if this troll can get back on its feet. He's still 4k down on his position opponent. Panda going into a Lotus Orb at the moment. Deciding against completing the Kaya Songe for the time being. Well, dive bot side, Slithering Crush. Don't even need the bash on the first hit. Panda's TP it in. The bash lands. In comes Las Vegas Gatlinburg. The blast off's pretty good. Obstacle's here. He's got the pulverize. Las Vegas Gatlinburg able to get the ultimate off just in the nick of time. Takes down Fufu Fire's first life, but the static link is good enough to take down the troll. R's here. He goes down to the Timber Saw, but it's still 2 for 3, and the chase is on. Flux Esports now on Obstacle. Gets the bash. Double kill Fufu Fire. Panda, last member of his team alive. Timber Chain's back onto the high ground. And Flux still in firm control of this game. Trade away the Aegis, but they'll get a T2 for it and maybe a little bit more. Slaughter is absolutely disgusting. Yeah, even with the Battle Trance being used, it only lasts so long as the troll. And once it's done, you end up pretty low on health if you're not able to heal. Lots of mines set up by X-God. Support sticking together though. Razor, top side. 2 cores on 1. Not a whole lot you can do there. Gets rooted up and kill gets donated over to Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Immediate TP bottom from Panda. They're going to try to push this on X-God. Munjin though! One bomb tries to force staff away. The disruption comes out. In comes Ossicle. Gets a trample off. X-God very low. Where's the pulverize? There it is. Fufu Fire, meanwhile, on a monster kill streak. In comes the Sunder onto Panda. Fufu Fire cleaning up onto the supports and ends up trading a 3 and a support for 2 supports. And the mid as well. Ossicle, BKBs. Gets up on the high ground with the onslaught, but my oh my. This Slaughter almost to the Aghanim Scepter. Smoke from Alley. Smoke from Flux. 8k at 22 minutes. Blink, Slithering Crush, Bash. In comes the Pulverize. It gets interrupted by the Stormhammer and a little bit of anti-synergy. The Disruption stopping the Sacred Arrow in its tracks. Pushing up on the high ground. Pops the God Strength. He really wants Munjin. Slithering Crush guarantees that kill. Before it's been used, Fufu Fire continues to push onto the high ground. As Panda dives backside, he's able to kill the techies. Fufu Fire ends up going down to the Chakram, and Ree's running away as well. BKB TP's out. Signs of life, excuse me. This Panda gets a triple kill. Taking out of the TB. So Team Kobolds have got signs of life. They were able to take down probably the most important player from Flux. They're 2's down in the dirt, but thankfully for them, so is this Razor. I'm going Sanj and Yasha. But this Timber Saw, having quite a game for himself, has the Lotus Orb. Going into what I assume is, and my Dota crashed. Okay. Well then. I was going to say what I assume is a Veil of Discord and then the Shivas. But I'm going to go to a quick break. When I return, my Dota will be uncrashed. we're back. Apologies for that. I did a client crash, but now I'm getting some net lag. Massive network spikes as I reconnected, but hopefully this takes care of itself, because otherwise it's unplayable. Or uncastable, I should say. Blink, Slithering, Crush. Foo Fire deletes the support. Here comes Las Vegas Gatlingberg, the Sunder. Good enough to save Foo Fire. He's trying to run away, but in comes the blast off. And oh my god, this net lag is impossible for me to cast on. I'm going to have to reconnect to the game after the team fight, but I will try to follow it best I can. Ali goes down. In comes the Stormhammer. Dives onto the backside. Looking for Las Vegas Gatlingberg as the Plasma Field does no damage. And Foo Fire running away. Looks for an entry back into the fight. R dodging away from the Sacred Arrow. Here comes a Chakra on the Blink, a huge Slithering Crush on the 3 members, but Foo Fire's way too low. Gets the bash, gets the kill, but he goes down, just barely. No, Kites away with the Slithering Crush. Still running, still running. R's on the side, gets the Plasma Field out on Ossicle, traces back around onto him. TP up from Foo Fire. Are able to get an Invis rune and get away. And I will reconnect to the game, because holy crap, this network lag. Apologies for that. Jeez. That is literally uncastable.
Dire structures are fortified.
We good? Doesn't look like it. I might have to restart my Dota client. I will be right back. I think this is as good as it's going to get, and it is not good. So I'll try to do my best for the remainder of the game. Occasionally this happens with Singapore server and me, and there's nothing I can do about. Oh, restarting the Dota client sometimes helps, but looks like in this particular instance it didn't. I'm going to try restarting the Dota client one more time. Apologies. I'm no longer lagging. Third time's the charm on the client restart. In the meantime, Flux has started running away with the game again. Enabling a kill on a support. In comes Ali. Foo Fire. Getting caught by the temper tantrum, but Ali's here just waiting to get the Sunder opportunity back onto Foo Fire. Gets it off. Runs away from the fight. Las Vegas, Gatlinburg tries to BKB to get away, but there's not a whole lot he can do. 4 for 0 in favor of Flux. They've got the Aegis on Ree. Foo Fire's got a harpoon now. And Ree's had this axe for a while. Don't know if you could have seen it through the lag that happened, but that was part of the fight in the triangle. Foo Fire just max range blinking onto Panda. Getting off the Lotus Orb for good measure. Does have the Shivas, but in comes the harpoon. Chaining the CC right into the Stormhammer, then the blast off. Panda gets a lot of damage in with the Q. Nearly takes Ree out of his first life, but he does get the techies. Foo Fire, though, absolutely demolishing these supports. Ossicle getting stopped up. Gets the temper tantrum off. Back onto the Sacred Arrow. Foo Fire still, though, goes in with a harpoon. Gets the double bash out. Or I should say, crushing a bash. Meanwhile, Panda just wreaking havoc, but he hasn't been able to get any kills. Foo Fire blinks back onto the low ground. 3 buybacks expended for Team Kobolds. They weren't able to get anything off of that, other than the techies. Or I should say 2 buybacks, one of them ending up in a dieback. I also didn't get Ree's Aegis at the very least. Smoke from Flux. Going to try to find the 1-2 bot side. They have scanned him out. In comes the blank, the bash. Slithering Crush to start off. In comes the Stormhammer, gets the stun on a 2. Las Vegas Gatlinburg can only sit and watch as he tries to get the ultimate out, but the Sunder's already been used. X-God's already got the stuns. In comes the Pulverize. They're trying to take down the Sven, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. He's able to Stormhammer get out of the way as the Troll goes down. So does the Primal, and Panda tries to TP out. Does get away, just barely. Munjin running. Ends up being a position 1 for 4 members of Team Kobolds. Panda trying as best he can in these fights, but there's only so much you can do when you don't have any crowd control on your hero. Going Sheepstick next item. The T3s are exposed. Roshan is up. If Flux want to take him. It was a quick spawn. Or no, he's not. That's just bugged. Roshan timer is bugged. And they end up catching the Timbersaw out anyway. He does not have buyback available. That could actually be game losing. Blank Harpoon, Slithering Crush. Winter leaps up on the high ground. Do get the Sacred Arrow out, but Foo Fire is just guarding the base. 7 seconds on Primal, 3 seconds now. On Troll, another Blink, Slithering Crush Bash. Force Staff back up onto the fountain, but the Sunder coming in. Foo Fire is pretty happy. Gets the double crush out. R. And with the leash, X-God comes out with a blast off. Buyback from the Mirana. Sacred Arrow hits an illusion, though. The mid racks are being taken. Ali. Doing pretty well on the support Terror Blade. R continues to push up. Las Vegas Gatlinburg got a shield on him. In comes a Stormhammer, and in comes Foo Fire, just diving supports like nobody's business. Gets pulverized. Sunders up, though. Or, there it is. Foo Fire stays alive. Ossicle tries to run away. Now back from support. Stormhammer out. Dives onto the Marana. Kills her. That's a dieback. Panda next to fall. Triple kill for R, just for the road. GG should be called any second now. Looks like Flux is toying with their food. Foo Fire harpoons. Gets another kill onto another support. Las Vegas Gatlinburg. BKB is the GG's called. Flux takes game number 1. I mean, honestly, there was nothing Kobolds could do up against Flux. They got dominated in 2 lanes. Absolutely dominated in that mid lane and just snowballed out of control. With that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, game number 2, Flux versus Team Kobolds. we're back. Draft game number 2. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself again, and when I'm back, draft will be over, and we will get started. Team Kobolds versus Flux, game number 2.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Enchantress.
Radiant team ban.
Terrorblade.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Admiral Conquer.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lion.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, Radiant team.
Man stands ready.
Winter Wyvern.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. remaining. Dire team pick.
The sack.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
I was really hoping this was going to be a Wyvern 3. It's not a Wyvern 3. I was really hoping it would be a Wyvern 3, because I play a lot of Wyvern 3. No. Wyvern 5, and Razor 3 once again. This time it's a mid-laid Kunkka. Flux was very dominant in game number 1. This time around, they got the Sven again, they got the TB again, they got the Razor again. Just a different position 5. No techies this time, and a Kunkka mid instead of a Slaughter. And while Kobold's completely different draft. They got a lane winner in 1. And Monkey King, so hopefully they're going to be able to win the lane versus the Razor, but Razor is one of those counters in a Monkey King. Fairly traditional counters in a Monkey King. Leshrac mid. I do like me some Leshrac, though I typically play at 3. Kind of got stealth buffed this patch, or like moderately buffed this patch. So he's been seeing a little bit more play. Although predominantly only in that mid role, much to my chagrin.
Prepare for battle.
Sproink! Sproink!
You look stunned.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate, I don't mean it literally. If I call you mate, I don't mean it literally.
Flex not going to go for the invade. Instead, setting up defensively.
Seconds to battle.
You look stunned.
The battle begins.
Uneventful start. Unlike last game, which started 3 kills to 0, and we got a pause.
That's not fair.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Munching an X-God, just trading it out. As you do. He's taking a lot of damage from the Etch, though. Arctic Burn up from X-God. Trying to do his best to zone out, but... he's what it is. Oof of Fire on the losing into some of these trades, but Oscicle is pretty low himself. Meanwhile, bot. Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Doing alright in the R and alley. First blood top. Dive bot side with the meta Winter. Able to pop the Fairy Fire. Akbar is taking down pretty low between the Boundless Strike and the Jingu. Slashrack being mighty fine in mid up against Fufu Fire. Complete opposite of last game in that regard. Kanka getting the cheater back off. Or spike down on an R into a Boundless Strike. Trying to cut away with the Plasma Field. Winter pretty low as well. One more hit for the Jingu. Las Vegas Gatlinburg able to get the lifesteal out, but still has to be a little bit careful with the zoning.
Dire are scanning.
Where are you going?
Lots of damage coming on the Re top side.
Heal us.
Cold Embrace keeping him healed for now, but this game going significantly better for Kobolds than it did at the start last time. This guy's still getting a lot of damage out. Gets the stick following the stomp. Double edge being used. Leshrack's forced out of lane mid. As you see, lane's pretty even except for bot where the Razor is struggling a bit against the Monkey King. Not something you would expect in this matchup, as normally it ends up being pretty Razor favored.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Have to imagine a lot of that is on the Lion and what I imagine is relatively weak laning respectively off this TB. I'm just getting a nice stomp on X-God. As Winter gets an Observador, Lost Vegas Gatlinburg, gets on an alley. It's just away from the static link. X-God is pretty low. The blood grenade goes out. Munjin, bitten by Fairy Fire. Goes down to Ree. Stomp double edge auto. Kind of picks up X-God, and Winter finds R bot side. Alongside his one. Panda. Lots of damage on Aree. They got the Stormhammer out. With the Arctic Burn and Blood Grenade as well. The one kill going over. Panda. Tips from Munjin. Panda trying to TP out. X-God cannot kill him in time. Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Getting got, but was he able to pick up the wisdom here? No, he was not.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Game pace quite a bit slower than it was last game. Things are a lot more even. Kunkka pulling a lead for himself in the mid lane. Centaur pulling a lead top. Bot side Monkey putting a lead. So Kobold's won 2 lanes. Flux only won 1, but again the full combo on Ossicle. Which is round. In comes the boat. X-God's here. In comes Las Vegas. Gatlinburg gets a boundless strike out of Fufu Fire. Underneath tower. Gets saved just barely by X-God. Is it going to be enough, though? In comes the Monkey King, but the Torrent stops him in his tracks, and now R's here. I end up trading a Leshrac for a Terrorblade support. Fufu Fire. TP's behind the trees and stays alive. Since we're getting the ult out. Sauce for the kill on R. Ossicle in trouble mid. Absolutely slow to smithereens. Does get the split earth down, but with the 2 supports here, can't quite kill him yet. It's a haste rune. Boat comes down, though. Las Vegas Gatlinburg dodges away, though. R's got a lot of damage onto him, though. He doesn't have Jingu. Up! He goes down. Meanwhile, Ossicle getting Winter's Cursed. Here comes the God Strength. I'm looking for Panda. X onto him. Gets a stomp, but I don't think he'll be along for the world either. Blinks a little bit too early. Here comes the Torrent, and comes the Stormhammer. Triple kill for Fufu Fire. And is a monster both these games.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Back so soon?
Double damage.
I take that.
Apologies for the lackluster casting tonight. I've had something on my mind this last week, and it's kind of been affecting it. Should be good to go for at least one more series, if not both of the ones I have to admin tonight. But we shall see.
Money changes hands.
Man, I really wish I were good at color commentary, so I'd actually have something to talk about here. Yeah, we'll go into random diversions. So, things that I've been doing recently. I finally watched Bocchi the Rock. For those of you who watch anime out there, it's a really good show. I just kept seeing like a bunch of like clips from it on YouTube, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I should actually watch that. I mean, it's for a slice of life. It's definitely not super comfy cozy, because that's not the whole point. Main character's super relatable, having anxiety myself, or similar levels of social anxiety myself. Hold up. In comes the fight. Winter's Curse, though, pretty much stops it in its tracks. In comes the Torrent. Should be able to get the Centaur, and they do. Monkey King soon to follow as well. Just beautiful curse. beautifully beautiful curse on the cleanup from Flux. So yeah, having social anxiety myself, that show is really good. The music absolutely slaps, especially the one song that isn't by like the main band, but is like by like the bands that the adult, I hesitate to say role model because she's not that much of a role model, but the adult mentor for the main character is part of. That song is very, very good. If you listen to the full version, it's on YouTube. A lot of places. But yeah, Butchie the Rock, highly recommend. Even if you don't watch anime, like I say, even if you don't watch anime lightly, like it's still got some like, it's still got a lot of references to Japanese culture, right? Because it takes place in Japan. But hold up, S-God might be in trouble. Most supports are here. Fufu fires around. Double edge, good for the kill. Ree's here. Here comes the Earth Spike. Fufu fire. Cutting back around on a Winter. Spirit Vessel and the Torrent. Good for the kill. Las Vegas Gatlinburg in trouble. The Stormhammer stops him in his tracks. In comes the boat, but Osicle's here. Down comes the Wukong's command, but down goes the Wukong himself. Centaur getting the ult out. Osicle. Yeah, can't do much even with the Yules. No Bloodstone means no healing. But yeah, once again, Bocchi the Rock, even if you don't watch anime, I think it's worth the watch. It has not a whole lot of like the oh Japan anime weirdness, but like it has some, like it has a lot to do with like Japanese music culture. It's not super realistic in that regard, but you know, kind of the idea of live houses and that kind of thing. If you're not familiar with it, the setting might not make that much sense to you. But I do think it's good. I think the animation quality is absolutely outstanding, and that had no reason to be as good as it was, but it was. It's very funny. Just the visual gags are really good. The animation itself during the gags are really good, and obviously, you know, are in trouble, but Fufu Fire's here to bail him out. He's got the Ags too, full water park. Line goes down, R stays alive. Las Vegas Gatlinburg has nowhere to run. I mean, this game's over. I hate saying that, but it's like, I don't know, same thing as last game, right? This time Kobolds had, you know, winning lanes twice, but they couldn't shut down this Kunkka. He's able to do a lot of stuff. Grant you, Kunkka falls off in terms of damage, and he's going Water Park build, which is like full utility, but they have more damage in the team with this Sven that was able to get online, and I mean, really with that, that's all she wrote for this.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But yeah, as I was saying, the animation's really good. The animation, like they do a lot of fun things with the animation for gags or for jokes. A lot of the jokes come from like this is really relatable, like this is how it feels to be this socially anxious all the time kind of way. So while I wouldn't say you're laughing with the main character, you're laughing because it's so relatable it hurts, right? I think. And like, it's just, you know, as I said, very good, highly recommend. Have not read the manga, don't know if it, like the anime really, like the animation really makes the show, I think. Really makes the series. Like, and the jokes just land. It's so funny. Wukong's being used spot on R. Not a whole lot he can do there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Other things. As I said, I've been playing Winter Wyvern 3. I haven't... So, we did see... I said I haven't been watching Dream League, but I have kept with some of the statistics because I was curious about this. We have actually seen some Winter Wyvern 3 at Dream League. I think one of the Chinese teams played it and won with it. Definitely not nearly as good as it was, like, last patch, I think, or like a couple of patches ago when it was like before the Mage Slayer bits. But like your first spike is delayed by 200 gold only, and you still do more DPS with it, even with less magic resist. So it really, I think, is still viable. It's very nice, and I mean, you see it all the time in like high MMR pubs. But I want to see it more in competitive. I think it's been described to me by my high MMR friend as it's really a pub pick. But as I said, saw some success with it at Dream League. I'd like to see more of it. Every time I see a Wyvern picked in a draft and another 3 hero hasn't been picked, or another mid hasn't been picked, I get really hyped because I love core Wyvern. It's such a fun hero to play. Really difficult though, especially for someone like me who has bad positioning and who like is used to playing like tanky survivable 3s that are able to just push waves. But so try it if you haven't already. There aren't really any good guides for it in like the public guides for browsing for Wyvern. Really just look up Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It's pretty like the build's pretty dynamic. You go at least 1 Oblivion staff item, typically 2. If it's 2, it's typically Mage Slayer and Witchblade. But sometimes you go one of those is a Orchid. Aren't in trouble. Gets the Sunder off to keep him alive. Ally getting stomped. X-God's here. Panda with the ulti. X-God does not have curse up, so R should go down. Oh, that's an unfortunate pause. Now, the Lesh is going down here, even with the X-God Cold Embrace, but Ree's around, doesn't have the Ags yet. It's going to be difficult to get into this fight. The Kunkka's not here. So it'll be 2v3, but the health bars are low on Munjin. And Oscar still doesn't have... Because he went for this Yule's Kaya start. So he still doesn't have a Bloodstone, which means that he is blow-upable, potentially. We'll see how the fight plays out. R goes down. Ree diving onto Panda. Wyvern's falling as well. I mean, the God Strength's been used, so as he tries to connect with the Kunkka, Ree could potentially turn it around, but in comes the Wukongs. It's a lot of damage coming in from the Ench, and Munjin gets the kill. Yeah, signs of life, potentially, from Team Kobold, but it still is 81% win prop for Flux. I think Panda was a high point from them last game. On the Timber saw, he's definitely doing pretty well on the Centaur this game, but they still haven't caught up quite yet to Flux. What else is there to talk about today? Well, we did the Wyvern 3-bit. Still, I love Wyvern 3. It's a lot of fun. Especially because my other heroes aren't particularly good in the 3 position right now. Leshrac, obviously, seeing a little bit more play now, but is only really being played mid instead of 3. And Bristleback is kind of garbage. Like, he has a high-ish win rate and high MMR, but a really low pick rate, and that's just because, like, in the games where Bristleback is good, you can still pick him, but you can't just pick him every game, which makes things difficult for somebody like me who spams heroes, right? So, still, again, if you want to play a semi-carry 3, Winter Wyvern, still viable, still a lot of fun. Might not be the top of the top pick in terms of position 3s in the meta, but just look at the builds on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. People are still picking it. Picking it mid, picking it 3. You can still play it support. Though I had a really bad game of it support today, so maybe don't follow my example by picking it support. Because Core Wyvern and Support Wyvern are two different things. Because they got the same abilities, but the item build is very different. Because Core Wyvern is a right clicker where your ult's used defensively, and Support Wyvern is what we're seeing this game. Lion, gonna be the first one to fall in this fight. Winter, pretty low. The Wukong's comes out. R, he kept alive, and here comes the Winter's Curse. Just get a brief stun, but the Monkey King is dead. Other things. This is probably not appropriate for a Dota stream, but I started playing League of Legends recently. Not like started, but I got the itch to play Anivia. So I started playing League of Legends recently. Started playing again for the first time in a couple years. Game still has the same problems as it's always had, but they fixed the main issues with my old main, which is Anivia. Poo Fire. I mean, Ossicle tried, and Stormhammer dispels, my dude, so if he goes like that, you can't Yules yourself. Bloodstone from Ossicle, but there's just too much damage with the God Strength. They don't have Wukong's up. Stormhammer onto the support, and even with the Boundless Strike, Las Vegas Gatlinburg is not long for the world.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where he picks up support. Again, I just think, like,
Radiant's middle tower.
yeah, any draft where you pick Monkey King, right? You have to win lanes and you have to be able to snowball it. And that's what we're seeing here, right? It's like they won the lane with it, but they didn't snowball because they kind of got stopped in their tracks and fight bot. And Poo Fire is an absolute monster. He's got Ags, he's got Octarine. Like, he doesn't do any damage whatsoever, but he just puts so much control out in these fights. And if you take a look at BKBs, it is only Monkey King that's got one. And obviously, he's fully fed. And comes the Centaur ult, but a two-man stun from the Stormhammer. Starts it off still. It's good Wukongs, and actually a good fight for Team Kobolds. Did not expect them to turn that around that quickly. It just was the health bars were there and gone. Sorry for the lack of hype. Jeez. 4-0 on their high ground. Team Kobolds, actually, Roche is up. Could make a break for it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Yeah, League, as I said, it still has the same fundamental problems, right? Items all cost the same, leading to snowballs being an inevitable part of the game design because there's no such thing as an uneven timing where someone with less gold or someone has a power spike that has less gold than the other guy's power spike. So, you know, it ends up being a bit unfortunate for if you fall behind and you're playing like quote unquote late game hero like Anivia. So I think like the game's pretty still pretty unbalanced in that regard. And I mean, that's really just it. Like, the main problem with League is that the game's too snowbally. And it just comes down to how the items are designed, right? You can't be more powerful with less gold unless you're going specifically lethality items, which are the you must snowball with these items. So it's just a bit unfortunate for anyone that wants to try playing something different. I've been enjoying Dota quite a bit more, but as I said, game has a Nivea, Dota doesn't have a Nivea, so sometimes I just want to play the Burb. R, BKB gets out of the Wukongs, Centaur popping the ult to stay and get his team out of dodge. Fort staffing away. They don't have Wukongs. Are coming in. Here comes a Stormhammer. Boundless Strike. Might be able to save the support, but not quite. With the static link doing the job. Oh, Tony for Ossicle. Taking the Pulse Nova damage, but with that, one support gone. Fort's being used by Kobolds, but Flux has the Aegis. Nope, diving on the Wyvern. Looks pretty good way to start the fight. Las Vegas Gatlinburg, BKBs, TP's back to the rest as the Hornstorm comes down. Panda's also got his BKB now. But Las Vegas Gatlinburg still caught in the X. In comes the Stormhammer. One more auto will do him in. Down he goes. Panda coming up with a stomp. And comes the Lush of the Bloodstone. Ree, though, he's pretty low, but the Sunder's here from Alley. Panda getting the dispel, or getting dispelled by Ree. As the Razor goes down, Leshrak's trying to buy time. Stunned up by Fufu Fire. In comes the Stormhammer. Centaur trying to get in, and they're able to turn it back! Aegis gone. In comes the Curse. Not quite enough. Stormhammer's to a creep to get away. Trying to TP out, is able to. Ali will be the sacrifice to Lesh. Oskal on a killing spree. I mean, he's online. He's got the Bloodstone. He's got the Shivas. Going into his own BKB and then finally completing the Kaya Sanj. This is getting pretty dicey now, actually. For like pretty touch and go for Flux. They were able to break the base, but they still got a T2 and 2 sets of T3s and racks. It just not going to spawn for 5 minutes at the earliest. So I called this game over pretty early on. Has proven me wrong. Just through the resilience of Team Cobalt. Was rewatching Breaking Bad again. Mike is the best character in that. Well, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I think Mike is my favorite character in those series. He's just like, he's got his own way of doing things. He's very smart, and Walter is an absolute idiot for going against what he said. But it is what it is, because the whole thing is Walter is hubris is the cause of his downfall. Actually, a lot of it's the cause of his downfall. Walt is not a good human being. Like, even at the start of the series, right? Like, Walt, I like, the thing about Breaking Bad that I really like is that it portrays, it, like, sells it to you. The premise sells as, you know, how somebody who is supposed to be, like, this good person ends up being a drug kingpin, right? It's like this, you know, corruption of like how that's how Cells do this corruption of the school teacher. But like Walt was always a bad guy. He was always a narcissist. He was always super manipulative, even from the first episode, right? So it's not like how a good guy goes bad. It's how somebody who is already a bad person ends up going from just being an asshole to being, you know, a piece of human scum. Either way, Wukong's command stopped by the Winter's Curse. Ree coming back in comes the Torrent Storm. The BKBs are flying rampantly. Down goes the Lion. Down goes the Wyvern and the TB. The buyback's already been used by the Lion. Fufu Fire and company on the run. R's able to TP out. Fufu Fire will be less lucky. Las Vegas Gatlinburg getting the kill, and now the trace on to Ree. Double kill for Ossicle. The game is back to even in terms of net worth. And Team Kobolds, they're doing it. I mean, Flux, yeah, I mean, this is the Kunkka problem of you have two options on Kunkka. One, you can try to build damage and then do no damage late and be, like, not being able to do anything. Or two, you can go Water Park build and do absolutely zero damage. So when team fights happen and they have BKBs, your Torrent Storm and Tidal Wave are pretty useless. And we saw, like, the fight started off pretty okay for Flux. They had, you know, a good Winter's Curse to disengage from the Wukongs, but, I mean, that Leshrac comes in. They don't have any answers for him whatsoever at the moment. Because you need to blow up the Leshrac with his Bloodstone down, or you need to CC him into oblivion so he can't even get his Bloodstone off. And what we're seeing is neither of those things are really happening, and the Leshrac is just able to run free throughout these fights. And, you know, he went for this Blink Dagger too, so he can be a lot more active. And I think that's really working out for him. He's going to go Scythe of Ice BKB. I kind of want to see the BKB first, but the Scythe makes a lot of sense because the only damage threat coming in from Flux is Ree. Earliest possible Roche spawn, 42 seconds. So, and here comes the smoke. Ossicle is absolutely monstrous on this Leshrac. You know, lost the lane, had a pretty abysmal showing game number one, so kind of proving the doubters wrong. Blinks forward. Gets some damage out. Bloodstone was used, so could potentially go for something, but they're opting against it. Don't know where the rest of the team is. 6 seconds on the earliest Roche timing. What are we at? 132. Pretty unfortunate for Kobolds because they've set up for this, and this gives time for Flux to react. Inevitably, though, there just needs to be more damage coming from Flux. I mean, they have Heal Cut with the Spirit Vessel at least, but Fufu Fire's got Refresher, so like maybe they can do something with the first BKBs. In comes the Blink from Razor. Stormhammer as well. They take down the Ench. So a good chunk of damage has actually gone from the fight, and they caught Ossicle on the side of this. Pops the Bloodstone, in comes the Boundless Strike. The Torrent Storm goes down. Refresher as well. The second Torrent Storm. In comes the Centaur Ultimate. And the Sunder to keep people alive. Fufu Fire continuing to chase. The Winter's Curse disrupts the fight in the middle. The Monkey King goes down. Ossicle running away from R at the moment. Doesn't have the Bloodstone up for another 15 seconds. In comes Ree. Takes down the Leshrac. The buyback immediately. 27 seconds on Roche. Panda, only member of his team who didn't die in that fight. Running away, trying to buy time for this Leshrac to come in. The buyback comes in for the Razor. In comes the Monkey King, but so does the Superman. Las Vegas Gatlinburg very low. So is Ree, though. As R continues to fight, Fufu Fire trying to get the control out, gets the tidal wave back on Ossicle. R gets taken down by Ossicle. In comes the Sunder. Ossicle's very low. In comes the Stormhammer, and down goes the Leshrac. Flux winning this by the skin of their teeth. Las Vegas Gatlinburg does not have Wukongs, doesn't have any team members. He will fall, tries to get the Boundless off, but it won't happen. Roche has spawned. It's 4 kills for 2 buybacks used by Kobolds, 1 for Flux. And even with Roche spawning, Flux are opting against it right now. They're going to go hungry for more, look for the full wipe. BKB from Munjin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely disgusting from Flux. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory and the victory from the jaws of defeat. These throws remind me of my Crusader games. Come on.
Swept you off your feet, ha ha!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
And game 1 was utter domination for Flux, so they have been taken down a peg slightly by Kobolds. They didn't go for the Roche. That was right there for the taking. Which is mildly unfortunate that they're pushing high ground without an Aegis, but those were diebacks for both the Lush and the Monkey King, so...
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Smoke on 3.
Has fallen.
The pressure worked in Fufu Fire's favor there. Retho, fully built out. I find Alley, but Winter's here, as well as the Torrent Storm. Refresher. Oh, he's going for the full double boat combo on the Leshrac, but he's able to use himself back out of the way. Still, this Leshrac is very low, and he's already used the blood. No, he's got Bloodstone up. TB goes down. BKB's puff from Las Vegas Gatlinburg. In comes the Wukong's command. In comes Ossicle, diving in with the Bloodstone onto Fufu Fire. Ree's here. Winter's Curse to disrupt them. Fufu Fire pops a Bloodstone of his own. Still goes down.
Radiant are scanning.
It just taken. 5 Kobolds, because it was not taken by Flux at all. And they give it to the Leshrac. He's got the completed Mystic Staff, so is this Wind Waker? Potentially. He had a sheep on Q. Now going for the Overwhelming Blink. This wind prop graph, holy. Marine meanwhile has the completed Satanic. And the tower being pushed, so there's a ranged Rex. Full set of rack spot in the T3. Osco's got the completed sheep stack, so it wasn't a Wind Waker, it was a sheep. Stop queuing the overwhelming, or did he stop queuing it? Yeah, he stopped queuing the overwhelming. Set opting for the BKB. Smoke from Flux. See a Monkey King. Leshrack's a bit at a distance. If they can get Las Vegas Gatlinburg, it could be good for them. They got the Dispel off. BKB's away, but the blink forward from R. Lost the static link. Good for the kill. Now they have to kill Leshrack twice, but he's only going to have Bloodstone up one of those times. Blink from R. On Munjin, pops the BKB. Munjin TP's away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Panda stomping. In comes the Stormhammer. Oscul forced onto the low ground. Buyback from the Monkey King. In comes the Wukongs plus the boat. Panda continues to dive in an alley, though, as the Torrent Storm comes down. Fufu Fire pops the Refresher. In comes the Bloodstone as well. Gets the second boat onto the Wukong, but he's got the Boundless. Still, the Monkey King goes down. Oscul's popped the Bloodstone. Buyback from the Terror Blade. Oscul's out of the Bloodstone now. And this fight is completely messy, but Panda's up on the high ground. He's got very little health. Winter onto Fufu Fire. They got the kill off of the support. Oscul just continuing to dive. Satanic being used. 3 buybacks now. Oscul in trouble. In comes the Stormhammer. This should be his first life. Potentially. He's got 53 seconds on the Aegis. The Bloodstone just came back up. He's going to try to save it for when he respawns. Down goes the Aegis. In comes the Torrent. In comes the boat. They're going to find Panda. The blink out from the Leshrack. Oscul, though, he wants to go back in. Finds the Winter Wyvern on the side of the fight. In comes the Torrent Storm. Once again, it's good enough to kill the Enchantress. But can they kill the Sven? He's so low. He goes down. Oscul, he's popped the Bloodstone. Fufu Fire and R on the run. Buyback available for the Sven. Do they want to use it? I'm not sure, but the Winter's Curse comes down. That's good enough to kill the Lion, potentially. The buyback from the Sven. Razor goes down. He's got a buyback as well. If they can get Oscul, he does not have the buyback. No, he does. Ultra kill for Oscul. Here comes the Rampage. And they find Ali as well, making a double for Oscul.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And as that happens,
Bottom tower is under attack.
Range Tracks top die. 1 T4 dies. And a whole lot. That was a 9 buyback fight, by the way. I do not believe it. I mean, Gateman, 55% flux, 45 kobolds. My, oh my, they just can't deal with the Razor. Now he's got a Wind Waker too. Man's going to be unstoppable. Going straight bots too. With the Wind Waker, he doesn't think he needs BKB, which is fair enough. Don't know what he's going to do with that backpack Kaiasange, though. Man is level 30 now. So Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm. I mean, this is getting really spicy. Because on the flip side, you have... Oh, it's Divine Time. Oh. Oh, hold up. Or is that? No, it's Silver Edge. I was like... For a second, I thought Ree was going Divine, and I'm like... You know what? At this stage in the game, with Leshrac this far ahead, we are getting into the ultra late game. And Kobolds has more late game damage than you just because they have 2 cores that do damage versus your 1. I guess Razor does damage kinda if he survives, but I mean this isn't like the Bloodstone Razor build. This is Sanjiasha, BKB, Butterfly. Going into a refresher for the double static link, double BKB. Pretty dicey. 3K net worth of damage for Team Kobolds. Absolute banger of a match thus far. Flux had been in the driver. As I said, I wrote this game off pretty early on. But I think the big problem in this draft from Flux shows, which is just they run out of damage to deal with this Leshrac. They only have... The only heal cutting they have is a Spirit Vessel from Ali, and Ali keeps getting singled out in these fights. I mean, you could kind of say Arctic Burn kind of works as heal cut, because it's percent health damage, but... Or percent health damage over time? Maybe. So yeah, Oscar just using the bots to get places, and then swaps in for the Kai Sanj. This man just needs a shard, and he's full build. Shard and overwhelming blink. Bots 2 on courier for him. BKB blessing bots for Fufu Fire. $52 minutes. I mean, we're going to hit T5s this game. Because the high ground push from Team Kobolds just isn't quite there yet. Oh, now they have Aegis. I mean, who even takes this Aegis? Oscar does not have this empty space for it. So, you give it to the monkey.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now 7k up. For Kobolds. Still 54-46. So Dota Plus gives us about even odds. Arana Winter. Stunned up. 2 members of the team are here. In comes a Split Earth. BKB from R. Bongo Boots to get out. But yeah, honestly, at this point, like, T5s are about to spawn 7 minutes. I mean, like, here are things you can buy. You can buy well. Alright, thanks for crashing, Dota. It's very nice of you. I will be right back. Returned. Sensor again, the ult out, but the winner's curse should be good enough to kill the lion at the very least. And it is. Leshrac forced off of the high ground. He doesn't have the Bloodstone up right now. In comes the refresher from Fufu Fire. Wind Waker out from Ossicle. Boundless Strike on a 2. R blinking in. Got the follow-up damage in from Ree. Ossicle's blinked back into the fight. He doesn't have Aegis, though. He's trying to Wind Waker to get to safety. In comes Las Vegas Gatlinburg. In comes a massive Wukongs. Down goes the Wyvern. And down goes the Razor. And a refresher from Las Vegas Gatlinburg. So we'll have the Wukongs back up as well. Here come the buybacks. This looks very dicey. Once again, if you kill the Leshrac, you get out. Oh, Las Vegas Gatlinburg. He's got a basher now. Blink up on the high ground comes Ossicle. He's got the Bloodstone. In comes the stun. The Split Earth comes in. And to get away from the Torrent Storm, the Wind Waker. Still, they might lose the Lion for it. He had bought back for this. As the Razor had bought back. Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Like coming from the south, it's just such a it's such a funny thing, right? Because Tennessee doesn't allow gambling, by the way. That is ain't no casinos in Gatlinburg, but it is still I love that. I don't know. I don't know how much, like, these are players from Asia, right? So I don't know how much about U.S. tourism culture this particular person knows about. But it's, like, even, it's just a funny joke. It's a great name. Again, it's like one of those things where, like, Gatlinburg isn't really something I think a lot of people think about outside of the South, because like it's kind of a tourist trappy place. There are a lot of tourist traps there. But in comes the Centaur ult. Down goes the Wyvern. That's a dieback. Aegis getting reclaimed. Onto Fufu Fire they go. He gets down the Sunder from Ali. Can he stay alive? Using the Torrent Storm and the Bloodstone. The answer is no. Razor just got a gem now. Okay, Panda's got a sheep. There's a dieback on the Razor. That honestly could be game losing. And Flux. I mean, now the Monkey King's running rampant. I mean, Flux. I mean, if they win one fight, they get megas, right? I think Cobalt has a bit more they got to do, but they can try going for T4s because they don't have a Razor up for another 97 seconds. So he's going to force the buyback out of the Kunkka at the very least. Wukong's just came back up. Ossicle blinking in. Finding the Sunderman. That's a dieback. In comes the Torrent Storm. The Wind Waker to get out. Ree's here. He's popped the BKB, but he gets bashed up, and he's got buyback up. The God Strength is gone. That should be GG, and we should have a game 3. Wukong to zone him off the Ancient. GG called. Team Kobolds to take game number 2. Don't call it a comeback. They've been at it for years. But that was a mighty fine comeback mounted by Team Kobolds. And we're going to game 3. Didn't even hit T5s. 43 seconds on that. So well played to them. As I said, we're going to game 3 when we return from this break. Alrighty, game number 3. Flux versus Team Kobolds. I'm going to mute myself for draft. You know the drill by now. When I return, we're going to have a fun time with some Dota.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team pick. 'Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team ban.
I speak for the trees.
'Radiant team ban. 'Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
'Radiant team. 'Dire team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Pudge.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Brewmaster!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Weaver.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Faceless Void.
Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Huskar!
Choose your hero.
Well, there's a Huskar in this game. Uh, my God, there's a Huskar in this game. Now, I did pick Huskar in the Doom. But, yeah, there's a Huskar in this game. I think Kobolds actually just win this. Like, Flux has nothing. Flux has nothing for this Huskar. So if it gets ahead, it is rolling all the way to the bank. It's just like... as I said, also Fufu Fire is out and Amoris is in. Or did the lobby not get tagged? Did I not tag the lobby with this? Hold on. No. No. Ah, I made the lobby wrong. I forgot to check for... Oh, this is bad. Ooh. I forgot to tag the lobby. It's fine. I forgot to tag the lobby. These are the same players. This is... dang it. Dang it, the one time I didn't check. The one time I didn't check.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm like, wait a second. That's unfortunate.
The battle begins.
Let me, let me get this, right. Ah. Why did I do this? I had one job, and it was tag the lobby, and I forgot to tag the lobby. Oops. Womp womp. Got hooked by Xcode. Not good enough for first blood, as that was taken topside by Las Vegas Gatlinburg, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
still about the same time. Xcode on the Pudge 5. Oh man. This just feels so wrong. Huskar. Huskar. I mean, like we can say, just the Ember can't really do a whole lot here because, like, yeah, sure, Huskar has less health than me. Or I gotta pretend that's not exactly where he wants his health to be in this situation, and I can't burst in the. I mean, you can buy a Spirit Vessel. You have a Wind Ranger 4. So you can definitely buy a Spirit Vessel this game. But that's only gonna do so much, and you don't have, especially once he gets BKB. And like Doom stops healing. But is health regen the same thing as healing? I think it stops health regen too. I might be wrong. Either way, are in trouble. TP up from the natures. Gonna sprout out. Shared bounty mid. On the Huskar. Into the hook. So I guess the question is, why pick Huskar? Like, assuming the Doom interaction works the way I think it does with Huskar, which would be that it doesn't, like, any form of regen doesn't work. But it says healing in any way, right? So, no, because AA Blast works against Huskar, so Doom would work against Huskar too. My question is, so if you Doom Huskar, because you pick Huskar into Doom here, because you're like, what threat is there if Doom dooms Huskar? Like, Huskar's out of the fight, but someone else is taking it. Actually, it was a solo kill mid. Because Huskar's out of the fight, who are you letting run rampant by doing that? And the answer is Weaver this game. If Las Vegas Gatlinburg can do things. That said, Huskar ended up dying twice mid and is now lowest net worth out of all the cores. And Natures is doing Nature's things, so he's almost to the same level of net worth. So the gold lead is deceptive right now. But Winter can, of course, TP in anything, and nice hook from X-God to trade supports. Ossicle, only level 5, but about to hit level 6. I think this can get really dicey with X-God showing himself. TP coming in from the Venge, so they know they gotta be wary of the hook. And comes the Slight Chains. Hits level 6, so he has the ult available to him. Running out of the way, but he's stunned. Dodges his own team's hook, but he's got a remnant to get out. And interesting, Life Break wasn't actually taken on 6. Took another point in Berserker's Blood. Oh, here comes the hook. But, there's the Dispel. Or the Disarm. I'm not sure you want that. Or it's just TP's back. Can run them back into the lane.
fortified.
Middle lane is missing. That was a practice shot.
Radiant are scanning.
Huskar. Doing Huskar things. Getting that inner fire out. Now 1-3-3. So no points of the life break. 4 kills to 4. Huskar is recovered pretty much, but he still is about 700 gold down. So these lanes are a lot more even than they have been previously. I don't see any outright stomps like we have in
Dire's middle tower is under
in the previous games in this series, but I mean, Huskar needs to win his lane generally. And like Doom being behind or slightly ahead of the Faceless. No, not slightly ahead of Faceless. Doom being behind the Weaver. In previous editions of Doom would be a bit of a concern because of the inflated gold, but currently the way Doom's build, he actually plays pretty low economy and only takes 1 point in Q. So he's pretty alright. Meanwhile, bot Doom had been used. And Ree comes in with the Chronosphere. And the Shackle somehow does not hit both of them. That... Ali was robbed. Like, just flat out, Ali was robbed of that Shackle. Damage reduction out. Las Vegas Gatlinburg. Gonna kill off Sakuchi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And time lapse to
Radiant's top
get a little bit of health back. I mean, armlet completed on the Weaver. Once again, the total network disparity only about 1,000 between top and bottom. I mean, mid I would call that a pretty lost lane, but between the richest and fourth, or richest and next poorest core, it's only about 300 gold. And top is Doom, because, you know, Devour. Well, yeah, it's like this max Scorch Earth into Shiva's guard build is how Doom does the dooming. Huskar, he's got Armlet, have Magic Missile as well. Morse gets out. Maybe, see, that's the thing, is like that Shackle hit, but somehow the Shackle bot didn't. What is this? This is a dead Venge. Las Vegas Gatlinburg's here, as is the Nature's Prophet, but this is 2v4. Make that 3v4. And it comes a Cinder Brew. They do have the Brewlings up right now. Xcot, though, he's got the ultimate out. The Doom's onto the Brew, but once again... Oh, wait, no, he's silenced because of the Doom, so cannot get his ult off. 3 for 1. Huskar's making his way into the fight. The Doom is down, so it doesn't have that to worry about, but...
are fortified.
Still has to be careful and not be bursted.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is a dead Nature's. It's a bounty, though. Huskar mid. Gets a life break off. This could be a little bit dicey, but a good power shot for the kill. And I mean, Huskar is only a problem if he gets ahead. So Primal Split at least gets the Doom bot, but this is I mean, once again, early game going the way of Flux, sitting at an 84% win prob. But even then, I mean, I think this is the, or no, not Flux. Yeah, Flux. But like once again, like Ossicle lost lane this game number 1, didn't have a lot of impact. He lost lane game number 2, came back and had impact. So we can see him make those comebacks before, especially on these kind of like cheesy heroes like the Leshrac, like the Huskar. So perhaps they're able to do that. I mean, the other 2 lanes are pretty much dead even, only 400 gold between top and bottom. Swap on R, Cinderbrew here as well. And the pop out with the magic missile, and in comes the teleport and the sprout.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Also, I guess Gatlinburg also had pretty decent game thus far. Like, sure, he's sitting 200 gold behind Doom and 600 behind Faceless, but that's not that bad. Grand scheme of things.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant
Completed Mage Slayer for Fufu Fire, though. That one does hurt.
are scanning.
And Brewmaster. Completed Spirit Vessel. Yeah, this is a dead Huskar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sprout used. I mean, is he dead? Yes, he is. Good hook by X-God. I mean, this is just looking like the start of game 1, the start of game 2 again. But I called game 2, 17:30 into it, and the game went 60 minutes. And the team that I didn't call, the team that I called it for lost. So, Las Vegas Gatlinburg. It was a valiant effort, but shackle and a hook into dismember means a dead Weaver. Flux gets the Cinderbrew out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In with the trees. So let's be careful. This Huskar might be in a little bit of trouble. They do get the Brewmaster, but in comes the Mechanism, and he's able to get the Primal Split out in time. That is a double kill for the Huskar and a dead position 1. And the Brewlings keep going up. Huskar looking for the life break, but Remnant out. And goes a Focus Fire on the Venge. A Magic Missile stun, Power Shot, and he is dead. Dota. What else has been fun recently? Oh yeah, I started writing music again for the first time in a couple of years. That's been fun. I have this like Disney villain song I've been writing. It's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
it's actually surprisingly good considering how out of practice I am with composition. My vocal performance isn't the best, but doesn't have to be because I'm just getting the idea out there. But that's been fun. Also been writing some background music for D&D, or for a friend's D&D campaign. And we have a crash. I mean, 85% win prob for Flux. We've seen this before, right? Swap for shields.
Roshan has fallen to the
Huskar does Huskar thing. Radiance on the table for Panda, playing the Panda. BKB, Aegis, Frosicle. I could maybe do something with this Aegis, right? It is Huskar. Escott in the trees, spotting him out. Hook lands, but Escott is dead. In comes the Ember Spirit. Swap goes out, but both supports are already dead, and a great chrono to clean it up. Just Huskar against the world. Actually, he's got pandas with him. Primal splits. In comes the Aegis. But still, it's 2v4. See if they can get out. Splits come back to haunt him. Actually, lucky stomp from the neutral camp, but still the brew goes down. The Aegis ended up being a nothing burger. Oh yeah. So yeah, the music stuff's been fun. I love doing creative hobbies. Wish I could share it on my stream, but unfortunately none of it's good enough for that. At the moment. Instead, some royalty-free stuff. Commonly used among VTubers, actually. The songs slap, but like people are like, oh wait, you have the X music. And I'm like, yes, this is very commonly used. This particular artist stuff is very commonly used for background musics for VTubers of all varieties. May or may not have gotten the idea from VTubers. Is that a rabbit hole that I thought I would ever go down? No. Am I upset that I went down that rabbit hole? Also no. Although, to be fair, sometimes the creator community is not the best. So, do watch out for that. R. I should be able to kill this Venge pretty easy. Yeah. And after that absolute banger game too, I was expecting a bit more from Team Kobolds this game just because they drafted a lane that I think should have won. And then it didn't. Like, the Weaver's gonna Weaver, but I've got the Doom. Focus Fire as well. I mean, you can't time-lapse, so Weaver dead no matter what there. Life break onto the Doom, though. In comes the Chrono.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What can you do?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Oh yeah. Since this is my stream, I'm allowed to advertise it. Ha. Next weekend, I will be casting the Grin Esports Team Fight Against Cancer for the 5th and 6th games of the night. Got some special guest casters. Have some special guest teams. I can't say, but you definitely want to show up to the 4th game for that. If you get the opportunity to. We raise a lot of money for the Lymphoma Society every year. It's an event that I love being part of, and it's good, some good Dota. By good Dota, I mean it's very memey Dota, because donations change how the game is played. Pretty similar to the Midas Mode shtick. I mean, they just keep going one at a time. Like, I'm not sure what's going on exactly in Kobold's mind right now, but that's just kind of a trickle. In comes the Doom and the Ember, and again, it's just like it seems like they lack any of the team cohesion that they had last game, and it's really showing. Yeah, Team Fight Against Cancer. Donations change how the game is played, so you can have players, for example, drop an item and deny it, or which is always a fun one. There are donations incentives for drafting for the teams. There are donation incentives for you have to base right now. All sorts of fun stuff, and it goes to a great cause. The donation goal this year is $15,000, which is something I think we can do because we have gotten a lot of money in previous years for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So check it out. I'm not exactly sure what the Grin Esports Twitch URL is, but it will be there. As I said, I've had we're gonna have some special guest teams. 5 out of the 6 matches are fully just NA amateur teams, but as I said, match 4, really want to see that one. Unfortunately, I won't be casting that one. It will be Math Magician and one of the other NADCL casters. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me see if I can find those.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, so match 4 is going to be Math Magician Malibu Jesus. So, nope. They will be bringing some, as I said, guest teams. You won't want to miss it. It'll be on the Grin Esports Twitch channel next weekend. First match starts at 3 Eastern Standard Time. My block starts at 9 Eastern Standard Time. The match you really want to catch, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. These are all BO1s. It's for charity. It's a fun tournament. And as I said, your donations change the outcome of the game, or how the game is played. So come out, support a good cause after the other tournaments from the week. I will say, obviously, TDL America is going on next weekend, so check out TDL Americas, obviously. But when TDL Americas is over, I think you should drop by and help support charity. That said, that's just me. It's my personal advertisement. This is not endorsed by TDL or Mantis. Although I'm sure they wouldn't have much of a problem with me advertising a charity event, but either way, SCOD goes down. It's just unfortunate, right? Because, like, even with X-God going down there, it's like, oh, that's position 5. Here comes the swap. Amoris is here. No way to time lapse. I mean, this game was actually over 10 minutes ago. I should have called, but I was so hesitant to call it then. Yeah, 99% the one. Yeah, GG called Flux. Easy game 1, easy game 3. Banger of a game 2, though, for Team Kobolds to take it. But when it's all said and done, the match is over, and Flux move on to the next round. With that, we're going to take a break. When we return, round number 2. That one will be, if I can pull up the event schedule, it will be Manta Esports versus... Is the winner of this game? Yes, Manta Esports versus Flux. So that'll be a fun one. Manta's always a fun team to cast. But we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Manta Esports versus Flux.
Radiant team ban.
And we are back. Flux Esports up against Manta Esports, perennial favorites. We'll see how Flux does after 2 dominant games and a very shaky loss in their first series of the day. Manta Esports take on Flux.
5 seconds remaining.
Manta, of course, from the Philippines.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
And with that, I'm going to mute myself for draft. I will see you once it's over.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Terrorblade.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Lion.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Admiral Conquer!
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Pudge.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Gyrocopter!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Templar Assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned.
Morphling.
10 seconds remaining. 5 Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Puck.
You may now select your heroes.
And we are a go. Flux have drafted themselves Terrorblade and Pudge for supports once again. And Morphling is their position 1. Marcy mid for Fufu Fire and Aki's Puck, and are on the Mars for the first time this series, or tonight. Meanwhile, Kimizu's on the Kunkka for POS 3, Gohan TA POS 1, he on the Puck, as we said before. Eris on the Lion, going to be a Lion 4 and a Gyro 5 in the hands of Jotun. Excuse me. It is Dota time. Manta are the favorites going into this one, obviously, through seeding. However, Flux had a very strong showing game 1 and game 3. In game 2, they got leads in important lane, or in the mid lane, and had the lead for the game for a long time, but they threw it. Showing mental fortitude in game 3, though, and showing the ability to bounce back from that, so I imagine things will be pretty alright for them. Discord issues for Manta. Yeah, Manta Esports, perennial favorites for TDL, alongside what has turned into a bit of a rivalry with the Immortal. They ended up on the same side of the bracket this time around, so if the Immortal and Manta... No, they didn't end up on the same side of the bracket. I am wrong. No, they're opposite sides of the bracket. The Immortal are up against Paragon Esports on that side of the bracket. That one's not being casted, unfortunately. And then after this, I will be casting Karstens versus Household Warriors, which is 3-seed Karstens versus Household Warriors, which is 6-seed. And we have 500 Bananas and D-Roar back at it again. That one is not being casted, but that is the other round 2 match of the night. 500 Bananas, another Philippine team, and D-Roar, I think, is Pan-Asian, if I remember correctly. Household Warriors, also a Philippine team as well, although they do have an American player, apparently. I think that's actually not the case. Hold on. I think Liquipedia says that the flag's American because... No, but this is not. This is not this is not the actual the actual same player as the one that has the Wikipedia or the Liquipedia page. So no, it's another Philippine team. Lots of Philippine teams in TDL Asia, as has been traditional. Of course, Manta Esports been around since basically the first one of these. Looking for an invade on the X-God. And comes the hook on Eris. He's in trouble. As the shots fly, it goes first blood over to Flux. And actually, a nice rebound. Gohan might end up falling here as well. Key finds X-God in the meanwhile with the illusory orb as Kimizu body blocks to keep R off Gohan.
30 seconds to battle.
His TA is very low, though. I think Kimizu's just going to sack himself. Ends up being 2 kills for 1. First blood over to Flux. They're going to be pretty happy with that. But runes should go 3 to Manta.
The battle begins.
So the gold will even out slightly. Yeah, Fufu Fire, starting rebound level 1. Jotun trying to just waste as much time as possible from these two sports. Nice dodge, though. And might actually get out with his life, as the Marcy has to go back mid to get CS. So, somehow this Gyro has wasted support time for the first wave in its entirety, and a little bit of mid time, and stayed alive. The small little impacts. We can take a look. Those 3 runes actually make for the 2-for-1 trade slightly in favor of Manta in terms of gold. And importantly, who do those kills go on? It was Ali and Fufu Fire. Ali, of course, being a support Terrorblade. That one a bit less impactful, perhaps. Marcy going double bracer start. Gets a dispose on a key. Also, blink out of the way. This is interesting because Fufu Fire dominated really 3 lanes. Eyes up against Key, who is one of the higher rated players in the tournament. Nice refraction from Gohan to get away from the spear, but the God's Rebuke. Good for the kill. Flat Cannon? Or, excuse me, that was Rocket Barrage. No, that was Flat Cannon. Hold up. Reflection. Jotun's just wasting so much. I mean, he's gonna die for it, but he has wasted so much time. Or so much of Flux's time, I should say. But CS currently in favor of Key in the mid lane. Top side about even. Bot side in favor of the Morphling quite heavily. Now, as we always like to say, Kunkka doesn't really lose lanes, but if he did, Morphling would be one of them. Just a really difficult lane opponent for any three. Even one such as Kunkka. Ali taking a bit of damage, but otherwise alright. Gohan's got to be careful. If R had mana, he was stuck up against a tree. Support's going for bounty runes. Or Eris actually denied one of the bounty runes. Escad spending time. Got a nice hook on Eris. Goes down for it. But the neutral creep gets the kill, so no gold away at Manta. Yeah, double races start for Fufu Fire. I'm not sure what you're doing staying in lane that late, but he had bottle. Puck doesn't really have that burst damage at the moment, so he'll be fine. Q with the bottle going treads. So we take a look at net worth. It is pretty even top to bottom. Which, only about 400 gold difference between top and bottom. None of the lane differences are all that big, but the TB has a lot more gold than I would expect out of the support. Just due to that first blood, and now getting another kill onto the enemy Gyro. Again, though, I mean, this Morphling lane is really, like, for any melee 3, is just really difficult. But even some, like, range 3s, this Morphling just does a ton of damage, and then you can't kill him because he's got attribute shift, and it's like, what do you do? I don't have a spirit vessel yet. I can't do anything. Rocket Barrage, almost good enough for the kill on R. One Sideblade would do him, and the Flak Cannon nearly did. Still winning lanes for Flux. Key able to blink out from a dispose. Ali's here. Got Reflection up soon. But lanes are actually going very well for Flux. Out of the lower seeded team. The only losing lane for them is top. That one by about 200 gold. The other one's winning by 500. Or, sorry, 600 and basically even, respectively.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Scans 4 runes. Wisdoms have been got. Now, X-God knows there's no support here, so Kimizu's got to play it careful. Hook's a swing and a miss. Kimizu's got a body block, actually. The Earth Spike's a swing and a miss, though. That one, a bit difficult to get, but they got the X. X-God goes down, trading for the other support. Ali's here. So is Ki. The Dream Coil off, even with the fail boat. He gets out. Gohan caught in an arena. Marcy with the Unleash as well. Just trying to not get stunned against the wall, and Fufu Fire gets him off. Fufu Fire kills him. Pay no attention to how I rephrased that statement originally. Here comes Fufu Fire. Nice rebound, dispose as well. And a dead puck for the Troubles. Even with the supports rotating just a little bit too late. And his rune popped as well, so could make some more things happen. Still, Flux getting out to the early lead. Fufu Fire, another kill mid. That one diving onto the support. The aid of Ali. These are 2 cores, each 1,000 up. So 2-1 lanes for Flux. Which they must feel pretty good about, but remember, Manta's got these massive stacks that could go to the Kunkka or to the TA, really. Oh, he's trying to get some net worth out of the large camp. Our Spike back on Alley. Gets the Hex out as well, but with a rebound from Fufu Fire, Eris is a little bit too fast. Next got on a Jodan. What is your courier doing? Hello? Jodan? I think man was accidentally microing his courier to Russia. I don't know where he was. But, definitely not in the right spot. X-God should go down here to the boat. But here comes the arena. Kimizu and Jodan caught in it right now. They don't have the call down. Actually, they do. Is it going to pop it? Yes, he does. Jodan is very low. The Pudge dead. We'll trade 5s.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kimizu. Going for an opportunistic X.
Radiant's top tower is
Caught by a rebound, but the Earth Spike helps him out. Zeris tries to run away from an unleashed Marcy. Still gets the dispose off. Fufu Fire is 8-0 now. Moving top, Gohan's takes the tower. Dispose comes off, and no more stuns for the Marcy because no rebound targets, so TA is able to TP out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here comes the boat onto Ree. White forms away to safety.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gohan's gonna want to take these stacks relatively soon.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top
In fact, here is to take them. One of these ancient stacks was actually taken by the Kunkka, though, so Gohan really only gonna be able to get the one set, but I lose the T1 topside for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, quick climb of the net worth for Gohan. Effective stack making, but top side of the map is now entirely Fluxes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
He might have found this out the hard way. He went the Blade Mail first item, though. So not going straight Water Park, like we saw from Fufu Fire last series. Gets the boat down on X-God, and Q picks up the kill. Southeast Asia Dota. It's something I've always kind of wondered about, because I know AU players pretty much almost always play on C. Nowadays, I wonder, or just OCE in general, so AU and Z. Pretty much all play on C because it's it's the only active server with not absolutely garbage ping. Oop, Key dodges a hook. Comes back around, not able to land the silence though, but in comes Jodan. Got the rocket barrage out, and the call down as well. Stunned up on the arena. X-God pretty low, but in comes the rebound from Fufu Fire. Takes down the gyro. But yeah, I kind of wonder what the current state of the Oceania, AU, NZ competitive scene is, because I'd expect for a C tournament you might have some teams from the area, but doesn't really seem like it. That was a great setup by Eris. We got the shutdown on Fufu Fire, that one going over to Gohan. 1,800, or not 1,800, 1,080 gold going over to Manta Esports. 800 which goes to Gohan, and that is a complete deso. So great pick by Eris. Catch them trying to pick out the vision, and then obviously the follow-up boat from Kimizu. Witchblade completed on Key as well, going BKB. Just one of those puck games where you feel the BKB. And Kimizu, because it is Kunkka 3, you're pretty much locked into Water Park. You don't really get the option to go damage Kunkka, but again, you have an actual damage dealer on your team. Or if you have damage dealers on your team that can make up for the lack of damage Kunkka, or utility Kunkka provides, it does mean and you can get away with it pretty handily. Again, BKBs, like we saw, game number 2. If everyone's got a BKB, Water Park becomes less good. Kimi's doing a 1v3, unable to get the X's. Ree already has a Lincoln's. Fufu Fire knocking him out with his Dispose. There's a very early Lincoln's from Ree, but a very necessary one this game. And once again, has the completed Deso going in towards the all-important Hurricane Pike. Reflection's a bit annoying, and actually, Ali going for the Orchid first item. He is dead, though, to the call down, and in comes the rebound. And the Pudge ulti as well. Oh! And an ulting Fufu Fire. Takes down the puck before she's able to blink to the orb. I mean, Fufu Fire is very strong right now. Has the Aghanim Scepter, so Unleash, 10-second less cooldown, and now gets silences among other goodies. So Puck originally had queued the BKB, went for the Yule Scepter for the Dispel instead. Probably appropriate this game. And going Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, Gohan has his Blink Dagger. So TA making moves already. It's going to be Lincoln's Manta for Ree. TA, top of the net worth charts, as TA do. Manta, they're kind of on a time bomb this game, though. Or on a clock this game, I should say. Fufu Fire gets the refraction charges out. Gohan goes invis. Comes with the side blades. Fufu Fire. Still in the Unleash, though, and the Lion takes some down. A trade of a POS 1 for a POS 2, but both of them very fed in terms of net worth. Self-fuels from the Mars to get away from the boat as the Puck wreaks havoc in the back line. Is that a self-fuels? Yeah, that's a Mars with the Yules. Smart pickup by R, actually, but either way, the trade goes 4 for 1 in favor of Manta bot side. And really, it's just that Marcy had been so far ahead, and the Morphling has been too busy farming, so they were really able to turn that with good rotations from the supports in mid. Tonka almost to the water park now. Gohan TP's back into the fray. Jotun. For the Aghanim Shard, first item. Blink completed on the Marcy. I'll be going Shard and then Daedalus. Gohan smells danger. Here's the Unleash. Gets out of dodge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Speaking of dodge, fun fact I learned today: Henry Ford tried screwing the Dodge brothers out of a crap ton of money in dividends back in the day by trying to completely. Well, what was it? He was trying to reinvest and basically make the Model T so cheap that there would be no competition and create a monopoly. And then that was blocked because he was explicitly doing it with the purposes of... Not because undercutting is illegal, mind you. No, he was... The ruling went in favor of the Dodge brothers because there were notes and things saying that Henry Ford actually was explicitly doing the strategy to screw the Dodge brothers out of money. And because they were, at the time, minority shareholders in Ford. So, and because he wanted them to have lower dividends, so by reinvesting the money, it would lower the dividends, and Dodge brothers would be able to make their own car company, which they did anyway. I was just reminded of that by the phrase "get out of Dodge." Sean going down. Samantha, because TA do as TA do. I got the Hurricane Pike, BKB next item, but start to make plays with that. Go on, setting 1 and 3, but at the top of the net worth, because TA is TA. Just clears stacked ancients so effectively, and comes the blink. And all the damage following the Dream Coil. Reina gets used on a Jodan, though. Marcy's out of the way, but Jotun's going down pretty low. They finally take down the Marcy with the 8 of the Water Park. Now stun lands on X-God. They're sucking Alley dry of mana as well. Sunder comes out. But only good enough to kill the Lion, and now Reason with a double kill. This R goes down to Gohan for his double kill. 3, 4, 2. X marks the spot on Marie. He's got Illusory Orb from Puck, though. And it comes a blink from Gohan, but Marie is already strike shifted. He finds a regen rune. That feels pretty good. So, Witchblade, Yule's Blink, and then Parasmo. So, getting more damage on the Puck. Kind of supplement the fact that, once again, this is Water Park Kunkka, and he has no damage item. Blade Mail, Aghanim Scepter, BKB. He's a... As me and my longtime co-caster Angry Sun like to say, Kunkka, at some point in the game, especially if he goes Water Park build, really feels like a wet noodle. If you'll forgive the pun. Like, his sword is like a noodle, and he's Kunkka. See? He's got a boat, so he's wet. I'm funny sometimes. No reaction. I mean, I wouldn't know if you had a reaction anyway. The stream's on a 5-minute delay, but made you think about it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Top tower
Flux and Manta, trading towers. Currently setting out 57% win prob for Manta because Gaben does not like TA, like ever. I haven't really been able to do a whole lot with this Aegis, and we have a DC from Flux. That was a blue screen. So, Manta, pretty good in terms of gold and experience advantage, but we'll see. Tia going for the Daedalus. Fufu Fire, instead of going straight Daedalus, going for the BKB. I have to imagine that's a pretty solid idea. Phylactery, by the way, is a thing Morphling buys now. That's fun. Volvo, please. Oh, the SSDs. That SSD boot speed. Coming back very quickly. Only about 2 minutes on that pause. So we've got Manta. The other thing to note is that a morphed a Morphling morphed into TA is actually quite scary, I think. Like an Agi shifted morph into TA, that could be pretty difficult to deal with. Either way, the smoke out from Manta. We'll fight X-God, not exactly the pick that they want, but it is still gold for Gohan. And then comes Marcy, gets the Unleash, and Puck is just dead. Now with a rebound out, Gohan trying to get away, caught in the arena, in comes the boat, gets the refraction out, Marcy's gone, the Yule Scepter, blink back up by Gohan, he's trying to get damage onto R right now. Still has that Aegis for another 51 seconds, R using the bristle front to his advantage, so the Aegis goes down, the Mars falls. They trade a Puck for 3. Manta fairly happy with that one if they can get another tower for it. They still have to deal with a Morphling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. That is very unfortunate for the TA. And Ree's taking advantage of that as best as he can because there is no damage from Manta in the area. Fufu Fire blinks up, gets the rebound, dispose off. Eris goes down. So what I think happened was TA blinks in following
Dire's top tower is under attack.
following not a rocket, but a homing missile from Jotun, then gets unfortunately stunned by I believe a homing missile from the Morphling was what that stun was, and then just dies because no refraction up. So Flux very happy with that exchange. Like, I don't know, I could be wrong about, like, because to me I heard the donk of a homing missile hitting. Or I thought I heard the sound effect of a homing missile hitting, but it was TA, so I'd imagine it was a shifted morph, or a morphed Morphling that did that. Jotun. Not the TP you want to take, my dude. Ooh, fire, not even hitting the Unleash there. Gohan has the completed data list now, going into a Lincoln's. This is where things get a little bit dicey, because they don't have the gyro up. And you've hit a very important timing, and you are dead even gold with Ree right now, but you have more damage in theory with the extra crit. It's just, can you get Ree? The answer might be yes. They pick him off quite beautifully. In comes the hook, but it will save him. Fufu Fire in the meantime sunders to stay alive. Ali getting taken down on the side, as is the Lion, as Ree takes him down. Still, 3 kills going the way of Manta. This Gohan does way too much damage right now. Yeah, it was a good save from the Pudge to get the Morphling out of dodge, is able to fully strength shift and get back. But now Manta, they're going to take the remaining T2s. And again, it's just like you take the fight with the TA hit and the timing. The Morphling, unfortunately, is building a bit more defensively. Yeah, the Phylactery helps, but you're knocking out damage at TA at even gold with that build at this stage in the game, no matter how much damage Morphling usually does. Fufu Fire, really the only approximate damage dealer, or not the only approximate damage dealer, really the Only one who can really match the damage output of the TA, but is well behind on gold now, 5k behind that. But can burst down pretty much anyone who's not TA from Manta. Let's go on. Going in towards his own Lincolns.
Dire are scanning.
Speaking of Gohan, unfortunately, the creator of Dragon Ball has passed away. I believe that was yesterday. So, this one's in honor of him, I would have to imagine, with a name like Gohan. Either way, Manta. Smoked out. Puck doing Puck things.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
One for the Lincolns instead of straight Plasma. That one's quite a bit smarter. 37 seconds until Roche spawns, and you have a little smoke on smoke action. Well, the Manta one's going to pop first. Oh, Jojon's popped. So they know they're in the area. Right before it expired. I think he just staying up on the pillar. Our next god's still smoked. Barosha spawned. Manta, I think they're going to make the call for it. With the Morphling on the other side of the map, they should have this pretty easy, so long as I can take care of the Marcy. Oh, and a great hook to start it out. Eris trying to stay alive through use of the Ghost Scepter, but he's still taken down, and they have found the TA. Absolutely demolished as Gohan, and now Fufu Fire dives on to the Puck, using that rebound and the Unleash auto attacks. Kiwizu pops the BKB, takes down the TB in the meantime, but still, it's only 2 supports down for 4 members of Manta who just bought back, plus the TA who can't buy back even if they wanted to. They take down the Marcy, though. Still, this Morphling absolutely demolishes the Lion, and Ki in a pretty precarious spot right now alongside Kimizu. Jodan goes down, triple kill for Ri. All they wanted to do was stop this Roche from being taken by Flux with these buybacks, but there's 2 diebacks from Manta. Their goal lead is absolutely evaporated off one fight. I'm not sure what's going on, right? Like, the Lion got picked and then they go for this engage, but I mean, the TP comes in from the Morphling. You don't blow up the Marcy in time, so the Morphling comes in, does billions of damage, cleans up your cores. Your TA gets trapped in an arena and just can't do anything, so a very nice arena from R to make that fight happen. I think if the TA didn't get trapped, I think Manta probably could have scraped by, but either way, very well played from Flux. Getting an Aegis for themselves. Honor the Morphling. He's got the BKB now. Can afford to get some more Agi into his kit. I say that. He's got the Aegis right now. Parasma completed by Ki. So it's extra damage on the Puck. Does feel nice. Arcane Blink coming up for Gohan. I mean, he's... as soon as his Arcane's over, it's just fully slotted out Gohan. He's level 23, but he's up against a Morphling who's even in gold. Technically 1 item behind, but you can make up for that pretty easily. This is turning very dangerous. Kimizu went the Shivas and Bloodstone, so pretty standard Water Park Kunkka. Again, are there BKBs on the enemy team? There are two. Marcy and Morphling both have BKB. Sorry, there are three. Mars has it. All three cores of BKB. So your water park requires them to not have BKB up in order to do anything. The Finnick and Angry Sun dislike of Kunkka will continue until I see a Kunkka win a game convincingly. Gohan. Got some damage on the R, but blinks out of the way before anything else happens.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not sure Manta's able to do a whole lot. Game's on a knife edge according to Dota Plus. And again, it's 4 of the top 3 cores are Manta, but the very top one is a Morphling who is about to have Scotty. Foo Fire. We're going to set up on a Gohan. We see Unleash, plus the BKB. The Lincolns goes down. Gohan, 4-staffing away. Still. Yeah, it's disgusting. And a buyback immediately because they know they need to take this fight. They find the Marcy with the boat. It's good enough for 1 kill. X-God goes down. It's good enough for 2. They pop the Lincolns off of Gohan. In comes Gohan into the fight, onto R, caught in the arena, but the BKB's in from R. In comes the Morphling. Waveform's in. A lot of damage onto Gohan. He goes down completely. And Rhea has been absolutely dominating thus far. Ali gets a Sunder out to save his cores. Rhea takes down the puck. What a godlike Morphling this game. And that was this massive net worth advantage just for him. Completed Scotty, still has Aegis for another 50 seconds, so he is totally fine shooting the high ground. Manta Esports, as we said, perennial favorites for TDL. Flux coming in as one of the lower seeds, having to play through round 1. Of course, higher seeds did not, but showing pretty convincing game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Lincoln's popped. 21 seconds on the Aegis. They have no buybacks available on the TA. They might be able to just end this without the 2 or the 1 here. With the diebacks, goes in waveforms on to the support, stunned up against the wall. Kimizu's here, trying to get the Torrent Storm down, and it's just too little, too late. Flux going to take game number 1 up against Manta Esports. Very commendable too. Buyback from the Kunkka just for the robe. The GG is only a formality at this point. The base is ravaged. And the GG has been called. So Flux taking game number 1 up against Manta. Let's see if they can continue it in game number 2. Or if Manta will come back strong, as we know they tend to. Either way, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Flux versus Manta, game number 2. are back. Like I always do when I solo cast, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself for the draft, but once the draft is over, I will return and we will play some Dota.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team Dire team pick.
I speak for the trees.
Radiant team ban.
Mars!
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team Radiant team pick.
Wind Ranger
Radiant
at your
team
service.
Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
Points away.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
In the
Radiant
spirit.
team pick.
Tackies!
Radiant team ban.
Faceless void.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Opponent team pick. Dire team pick.
Tide Hunter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
I have returned, and Manta have got a much more teamfighty comp this time around. Pango, Faceless Void, Tidehunter for the cores. Nature's Prophet. Spicy, spicy, spicy. X-God back on the Techies. Ali back on the Wind Ranger. R back on the Mars. Foo Fire back on the Ember Spirit. And the only new pick for the night for Flux is the Ursa for Ree.
Prepare for battle.
Ali. Into 3 of Manta, but Flux is around as well. Should be able to take down the Wind Ranger, but she pops the Wind Run, taking it level 1. Gohan hasn't taken any points yet, so can Time Walk if needed. Key's here with the Shield Bash, though. X-God pretty low. Should be good enough for First Blood. No, he's able to get the Fairy Fire off! Still, Key gets First Blood and trades his life for it. And Foo Fire getting body blocked by Gohan. Using the Time Walk to his advantage. Eris gets that kill. A very good start to the game for Manta.
The battle begins.
Just unfair.
Gohan. Pretty low off the start, but should be okay as we get a pause. Excuse me, I had to deal with some DMs. Once again, sorry about that. It's I've got to deal with some pressing stuff for another thing that I'm doing in a couple weeks. So, yay, charity stuff.
Every coin helps.
I am just missing things left and right. I apologize.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, I have my attention is back on the Dota. My apologies. It's actually been relatively low kills, so not a huge lot, but Manta has 3 lane advantages and 3 1 lanes. So already off to a better start than Wargame number 1. He actually just wrecking Fufu Fire in the mid lane right now. For the first time tonight, he is losing a lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Three K net advantage for Manta.
Dire's middle tower
Allie.
is under attack.
On to Key. Getting a nice stun. And a blast off follow up. Trades 2 for 1 in favor of Manta. Might be 2 for 2, actually. Trying to go on Eris. Be able to stick up. Chase on a Jodan. Make that 3 for 2. This is actually a fairly active build from Marie. Want Orb of Corrosion first item, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, whew. Nice chance to stop the Rolling Thunder, but Foo Fire is still going to be in a bit of trouble. Yeah. Marie's still doing what the Ursa build is right now, which is Battle Fury. Jeez, Foo Fire is not having a good time in this Pango lane. Play a real hero. Sorry, Quinn or whatever. But Gohan hitting 6. It's a sitting pretty right now. Place we made top. Bree gets away from the tree, but in comes the Inkswell, and Kimizu smashes him with an anchor. He didn't use anchor smash, by the way. He just smashed him with his anchor. There's a difference. Key is, what are you doing? Hold, I spent like 30 seconds top, and this man is 1v4 diving behind T2s and nearly gets a kill out of it? What? Alright. Alright. Approaching the defusal too. God is just not hitting any bashes. That is unfortunate. It was only a 12% chance, but still. X-God. Getting the bomb on to Gohan. Another bomb. That one got stopped out. And X-God ends up falling. T1 tower going over to Mantha. Someone set him up with the bomb. Those mines. You know, we saw how well that techies worked for Flux in game number 1. I have a pause.
Amazing what you found lying around.
Every coin helps.
Defusal Blade, 50 gold away. Still, top 3 net worth are all 3 cores of Manta, although it is pretty close with Gohan's net worth down bot. Going the Mask of Madness and Maelstrom build. Key draining Foo Fire of mana as soon as that comes back. And a blink reveal from Kimizu seals the deal. Keep an eye on the Battle Fury. Key now has the defusal, so beware. It's like Gravity Falls. My bed bug bites. My bug bites spell beware. That says bewarb. No. Gravity Falls. Anyone? Key finds Alley. And R. I'm not sure why you waited that long on the chrono. I'm gonna be real. You saw him TP. You didn't have another stun. Come on, man. What are you doing? Gone time for the TPs, and Key gets another kill on a Fufu Fire. This is actually the worst game I have ever seen him, or the worst schlacking he's ever taken mid of the games that I've casted of his. Which he's played for some other teams too, not just Flux, so I've seen him a couple times. Still, the beat down from the Pango is pretty real right now. Faceless not quite to his farming item yet. He'll be getting there. This Ursa's sitting about 500 gold away, so we're looking at a 13-minute-ish Battle Fury. And Fufu Fire just respawns to die. That is so unfortunate. He literally just respawns to die. Like what? 5k net worth advantage for Manta. So about 500 gold per minute globally. Pretty good sign that this is turning into a schlacking. Battle Fury soon to be completed on the Ursa. They smoke out. Hungry for blood. In comes the Remnant. In comes the Ravage, though. An immediate arena to stop it in its tracks. Ends up being a trade of a mid for a support, though. And in comes the Pango, stunning up absolutely everybody as X-God tries to get the kill out of the enemy 3. He eventually does, but trades his life for it. This Key just looks for cleanup alongside Gohan. Takes down Ali. Spear away. The Swashbuckle misses. He gets a God's Rebuke off just for the road to kill Eris, but when it's all said and done, triple kill for Gohan's. 4 for 3 in favor of Manta. I think the last core is standing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, and they're going to steal the Wisdom as well. X-God had not set up mines for this. And a beautiful two-man chrono. Should be good enough to kill both supports after the leash is said, but actually Gohan a bit far forward. Key's there with the Swashbuckle, though. Able to kill the Wind Ranger. Already stole the Wisdom. Here comes another Swashbuckle from Key. He's got the Rolling Thunder. Picks it up on the Mars, gets the double stun, blink it from Kimizu, and R is dead. X-God soon to follow with the shield crash and an auto. We have a schlacking 94% win prob. I mean, after game number 1 was pretty convincing for Flux at the start. And then Manta kind of started pulling it back, and then Flux ended up winning. This game seems to be all Manta from the get-go. And, man, Fufu Fire just cannot catch a break. So the Flame Guard was able to keep him alive. Ravage is back up for Kimizu. Yep. Goodbye, Fufu Fire. Goodbye, Mars. I mean, once again, 500 gold a minute is about the threshold for slacking normally. Dota plus win prob sitting at 94%. Honestly, it just seems like Manta's had this one unlocked from the start. I mean, they're even able to deal with X-God, who we saw was a fantastic techies in the very first game of the evening. It's definitely not the players playing poorly, it's just Manta showing up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
And Ursa needs a lot of farm in order to do this, but he doesn't have any stacks to take. Went for the Battle Fury because you kind of have to at the moment. The Fusel Ursa isn't particularly strong. He's got Ags too, so more damage coming out of the shield crash. Oh wait, yeah, more damage coming out of the shield crash, and also diffusal charges out of the shield crash. Techie's Yule's up, even with the shackle landing. X-God tries to get out, won't happen. Baits everybody into the mines as Eris found Ellie. Again, at what point do you just say go next for Flux? I think. Manta.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Smoked up. Blink for the remnant. Yeah, Kimizu's... I mean, he's got a Yule set there. He's got a blink there. He's just chilling. I am the utility, and I also do more damage than I really should. But I'm also less tanky than you think I do, even with Kraken Shell. I am, even with Kraken Shell. Gohan in trouble. Doesn't have an Aegis. Does have a Time Walk, though. Kimizu on the side. Blink Ravage would hit 4 after that TP. Just walking up, in comes Key. Swashbuckle's swinging a mouse. He's isolated Fufu Fire, and he gets isolated within the arena, but in comes the Blink, in comes the Ravage, and it stops the fight right in its tracks. Down goes Fufu Fire. Yule's up onto the Mars, but R is not long for the world either way. Now, X-God and Ally running as they lost both their cores and were only able to trade back on the Grimstroke. Ally's got no mana. Key is absolutely disgusting right now. And Gohan is also pretty I mean, I look at this scoreline for Key. 11, 3, and 10. Like, what? He's got higher KP than the Nature's Prophet on his team. How does that even happen? How do you ever get a higher KP than Nature's on any hero, let alone Pango? No, it's just, it's been all Key, all game. Really kind of good to see for him after game number 1. Oh, and meanwhile, I think he's got a Manta coming on Courier. No. Sanjin Yasha. You know, if you could take, like, less or more time than a second and a half to kill a support, that would be nice. So I could, you know, look elsewhere on the map other than where the entirety of Manta Esports decides to kill somebody. Also, they steal the enemy Tormentor right at 20 minutes. And because the supports already had... everyone already had Shard except for Gohan. So, it just gave everyone Shard. And, look, what's he even to do with the arena? What do they even... I mean, that's a little bit troll. Yeah, there's the GG. Manta Esports take game number 2 at an absolute schlacking. The series is tied 1-1. We're going to game 3 right after this. everybody. Thank you for waiting. We have Household Warriors versus Carstens for our third and final best of three of the night. I'm going to mute myself while draft plays out, and then once draft is over, I will return and we will play some Dota.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Mirana. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Shadow Demon.
Dire team pick. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Earth Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Stare your death in the face.
Radiant team ban.
Mars!
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Luna. Choose your hero.
Well, you know what they say. It's another day. It's another made Earth Spirit. Mans has looked great on it. post nerfs, he has also looked not great on it post nerfs. So we'll see how he looks today. Because having casted Karstens a few times with this, with 9-shot Maid and Wu as kind of the core, Meat has been it's ups and downs on this Earth Spirit, but if he's good on it, it feels really, really, really good. That said, looks like I had positions mixed up slightly for Household Warriors, but that's fine. Just had Light and Kyle on opposite things. Also, Uglier is actually playing support, which is not what I initially had them as.
Goodness.
Yeah, not the number of times I have now casted, typically with my usual duo, the number of times I have casted the Maid Earth Spirit. It's been a lot, and he's been playing it even after the initial nerfs that came in. Little smoke on smoke action, but ships will pass in the night on this one, it looks like.
Goodness.
Seconds to battle.
Goodness.
Meep. Anyway, Household Warriors on the Radiant side. Not a team I've casted before. Not familiar with any of these players, and as the fight for the bounties disperses, the disruption comes out for Light. There's a lot of low health bars for Karstens, but no one has died quite yet. I scratched that. Kyle gets first blood on 9-shot. Looking for Leon Baby as well. God's Rebuke nearly does him in. One more auto, but he's got a stick. Those health bars are really low from Karstens. Ends up being 3 bounty runes to Karstens for first blood, so that is in favor slightly of HW in terms of gold. Light trying to trade with a Mirana with Starstorm up. Doesn't necessarily go the best when you only have God's Rebuke, but QSDF on the Shadow Demon position 4. Well, I thought when you have a Luna, you want to lane the Shadow Demon with it, but this time around, it'll be Shadow Demon 4, Uglier, Pugna 5. So that Shadow Demon Luna combo, pretty nice to have. Rodion on the Muerta 4. If I remember correctly, I think Karstens also occasionally plays this one, but I'm not sure. I could be thinking of another team. Either way, if they pick Earth Spirit, it's always going to, for them. Man is an Earth Spirit specialist. Don't let the lack of Dota Plus rating fool you. This man is a monster on that hero when he gets ahead. And even when he doesn't get ahead, sometimes he can just pull leads out of thin air. Still, lane's going to be a little bit difficult versus Zeus, just due to the natural ability of Zeus to trade into melee heroes like that. And Shadow Demon falls. Top side. Combined might have Woo and 9-shot. Most of these teams ending up in the higher seeds, middle seeds-ish of the tournament. And for those who are wondering what happened to the last series, well, we had a forfeit. So, unfortunately, there was a blackout for one of the players on the... can't remember their name now. One of the players for, not Manta, for Flux. There we go. That was a 4-letter word. So, fortunately, they couldn't play. They had to forfeit, so Manta ended up taking the series by forfeit. Fortunately, not the way that you want to see a series like that end. 3-game series are always a lot of fun. But it does mean we can get on to the last series of the night, once again between Karstens and Household Warriors. On the other side, the Immortal ended up taking their series 2-1 with a stand-in. Their coach had to stand in for them, so both of the top 2 seeds still in the tournament, as we see a Luna die bot side. Good use of the silence from the Muerta on top of the Centaur stun from Leon Baby. And a double edge. Yeah, baby. And a lot of damage on Uglier, but it's got to be a bit careful. If Uglier had mana, Leon Baby could have been in trouble. But either way, it goes 2 kills to 0 bot for Karstens. Karsten's getting some early laning leads, it looks like. In top lane, bot side, about even in terms of CS, although Muerta's getting a lot of them. And mid lane, dead even in terms of CS as well. Really, it's a 3 kills to 1 at the moment. First Blood won over 2 Household Warriors, but Karstens has been making some very nasty trades. Disruption of the Mirana, though, and 9-shot shouldn't be long for the world. 2 stacks of Shadow Poison, trying to deny to the Centaur. But Zeus hit level 6. Nice enraged by Wu to actually dodge the Spear from Light. He has a healing Lotus, so he should be fine. Zeus making his way down bot. Smoke from Karstens. Made playing with 9-shot, so they're going to head bot as well. Magnetizes up. Zeus ended up going back mid, so this smoke is going to bear some fruit. In comes a stomp, the rolling boulder, a little bit opportunistic, but he still gets the 2-man magnetize, and 9-shot and Made get the kill credits. Back to the mid lane they go. Oh, woo. Getting a lot of solo XP up top. There's in 2 levels up on white. As 9-shot has been busy elsewhere on the map. Mad getting a good first magnetize, but he's down on XP and another dive bot side. Yeah. Good news if you're a Karsten's fan. Bad news if you are a fan of Household Warriors, because it is now 7 kills to 2. This Muerta Centaur lane is disgusting. You know, something my friends have been doing with Centaur, or one of my friends has been doing with Centaur, is playing Centaur support with me playing Wyvern 3. It's a lot of fun, actually, when you do something like that, because people don't expect, oh, this, like, I mean, people kind of expect the Wyvern core now, or the Wyvern 3 now, because it's just played pretty evenly between 3-5 and 2 at high MMR. But, you know, seeing it's when you see the Centaur support that it gets really interesting. Rolling Boulder, beautiful into a Magnetize. Hits onto 2. The disruptions here will not save Kyle. Actually, maybe it will. Never mind, the Muerta's here. Boop. Crescents are making it look pretty easy. I mean, you gave Maid the Earth Spirit. I don't know what you want. I mean, it's not even that. They hard won the spot lane as well.
Just another bounty.
Ooh, TPing bot. He's Yuri. I was just trying to get in on the action. The Zeus tried roaming bot. Unfortunately for him, this is not going to end well, even with the Thunder God's Wrath. I don't know, man. This is well, and it's only 9 minutes in. It's only 3K, but yeah, Dota Plus. This is a bit of a slacking, almost. I mean, it's not quite the 500 GPM that I normally associate with that term, but I mean, you gave Karsten's heroes that they like and are good at, and this is what happens.
Radiant are scanning.
TP coming in from Maid. In comes the Rolling Boulder. Solo Magnetize. Light with the Arena. Should fall to the Magnetize, even as the Arena holds Maid 9-shot in place. Yeah. Yeah, now we're at slacking territory. 5K at 10:30. Disgusting. Let's take a look at the net worth. Yeah, it's all coming up. Karsten's the only one even approaching their net worth, as far as core is concerned, is this Zeus, and he is still only getting that way because he is taking stacks. He has a Luna on his team. He has Zeus, and he is taking stacks away from her. That is what we're at. Because otherwise, Karsten's would just take the stacks. So somebody has to. Wu's pushing up. Self-disruption on the Shadow Demon. Double Edge and an auto for the kill. Pugna caught out as well. Double Edge from Leon Baby. Yeah, so your Luna's not getting any of those stacks. At least most of them went on to one of your cores, but... yeah, Luna with no stacks is a very sad Luna. Going straight into the Manta. This is... I do not know. I do... like, 96%, 12 minutes. I mean, Karstens, we've seen them around. They've performed decently well. Making a couple finals here and there. They can take games or series off the likes of the Immortal and Mantos, so to be expected. Household Warriors, I just don't recognize any of the players. That doesn't mean that they weren't around in previous TDLs and I just missed them and hadn't casted them, but either way, it does seem that Karstens are getting the better end of the deal right now. That's unfortunate for Kyle. The Mars is here. He gets the arena, he gets a spear, but the Magnetize is already down. In comes the Thunder God's Wrath. They at least get a kill onto the Centaur, but I mean, here comes the rest of Karstens, and Maid says, you know what, my low health bars don't matter if you are dead. Uh, 8K, 13 minutes. We are... oof. Ugh. We're at like, what, 750-ish gold per minute? A little bit under, so like 700 gold per minute lead for Karstens. Oh, Centaur ult. Who are they going on? Light. He doesn't have arena for another 40 seconds. Okay. Arrow. Swing and a miss. TPN from Kyle. QSDF is in the area. But, so is Maid. Maid is 4-0-7 right now. Kyle's got a Phylactery. Because that feels good on Zeus. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rodian. What is this you're going for? Mage Slayer. You're gonna get a 15-minute Mage Slayer as a position 4. Come on, man. This is just bullying at this point. This is literally just bullying. Oh, it's disgusting. And, like... wait, he was trying to deny his own infest creep. I just realized... what was Nine Shot doing? That was his teammate in the creep. He was trying to deny it. Alright. Alright, we do a little trolling. That is a max range rolling boulder. Yeah, we're up over 750 gold per minute now of a lead. We're almost there. 9K, 15 minutes. And Wu is I mean, he's got so much net worth. But importantly, this Muerta is the same. This Muerta is worth the same amount as all the rest of the cores that are not Woo right now. Has a mage. Okay, you know, maybe when I play Winter Wyvern support, I should just go the 3 build because clearly that's what this Muerta's doing. And it's working out for her. Light dodges a rolling boulder. In comes the arena. Out he goes. Uglier's taking some damage from Rodion in the meanwhile. As Leon Baby is pretty low. In comes the rolling boulder, though. Taking down the Shadow Demon. I mean, there's a kill streak effect on 4 out of 5 members of Karstens right now. Oh. Rip Kyle, he was. Even being fed life does not matter. The infest bomb's here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, I gotta give it to Household Warriors. They aren't giving up, that's for sure, but at some point I feel like you just need to take the L and, yeah, 99%. At some point you just gotta go next. Because, like, a lot of these Karstens play, I mean, they're good plays from Karstens, but, like, Karstens groups up, kills a dude, and then another dude comes in and they kill that guy as well. Like that is the level that we're at right now. It's to the point where the Muerta is almost worth as much as the Zeus. And for that matter, same with the Morana. And 9shot has found a target. This one named Kyle. Karstan's going with a Centaur ultimate. Moonlight Shadow for good measure. Already on our mega kill streak. Make that a double. Uglier trying to clear waves. Made from downtown. Gets the Spirit Vessel off. Centaur stomp from Leon Baby. Double edge. Arrow. And an auto from Made for the kill. It's just bullying. It's just like seriously, I feel like I should be reporting this. I feel like I should have been, this. Look, Manta Esports had a 20-minute stomp that looked less stompy than this one is at 18 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
This is like just I mean, Mate doesn't even have a BK. He's like, he's just on a Spirit Vessel. 6, 0, and 12. Who's got a Radiance? He's got an Armlet. He's going towards his Zags. Maybe they want to let him have a little bit of fun. And once again, Mage Slayer, Dragonlance, going the full Hurricane Pike. It is like both these supports are just flat out cores. This game. I mean, like, how do you even commentate this now? It's just straight up bullying. And because the Centaur ult, double leap. The rebound does not hit, but they still have enough damage. Oh, Made. Going against it. I mean, surely they don't dive T3s at 20 minutes, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, now it's flat 100%.
Structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So 20-minute Roche. This is normally something that you take if you're Radiant side. and you have the opportunity to. But unfortunately for Household Warriors, it is 30 kills to 3. And they're moonlighted too. Oh boy. Yeah, the smoke's gonna fade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Made pops to the DD. Sorry, amplify damage. And into the pit they go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Your shrine has fallen to the Dire. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right. So it looks like it's just a Muerta. In fact, it is an Infest Bomb from Maid. In comes the roll, in comes the bomb, down goes the Mars, down goes the Shadow Demon. I'm not sure why Household Warriors haven't forfeited yet. Like there's something to be said for like playing a game out sometimes, but sometimes a game is like, I mean, it's 32 kills to 3. I just like I feel like preserving your own fun, right, is worth more than this. You know? I mean, who do I know? Maybe Household Warriors has like such positive mental attitude where, you know, they're still having fun with this game, trying to get like moral victories, like, ooh, let's see if we can actually kill this guy. But at the same time, it does bring up some questions.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, this game is looking snowballier than the League games I've been playing. Like, that's where we're at right now. Oh, he didn't even want anyone in the. He's like, I'm gonna defensively arena so you can't get here. Oh wait, you have an infest and this man has rage. All right. Goodbye, uglier.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Both of the Karsten supports are worth more than the Household 3. And almost worth more than their 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And props to Karstens for not for not making some really hyphy plays. They have not given an inch since I got the lead. But I mean, once again, like, yeah, you gave Karstens heroes that they're very comfortable on. I mean, they've played enough times where I know that it's a thing. The combination of Earth Spirit for Maid and Woo on Lifestealer. Like, they've done this enough times where I recognize this as something that they do. And it definitely has been a bit unfortunate because Rodian was right there to watch the smoke. Like, I'm back with the spear. Here comes the Pierce the Veil, though! And the Infest to get the save onto the support. Yuri trying to get out. In comes Maid. There he is, Invis now. I mean, but that's a lot of ult use from Karstens to not get any kills.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But at the same time, what are Household Warriors to do?
Radiant's top tower is under
Blink, Leon baby. Tried layering the CC, but the disruption was there. Yuri able to get out with the Manta. And they still have Aegis, too. Sorry, I had to take a screenshot real quick. Oh, it just got reclaimed. Cool. Honestly, Karsten, like, you just... I mean, HHW's done a good job of saving Yuri every time he's been engaged upon. Disruption is a good spell to use on a Luna. Friendly Luna or enemy Luna, it does not matter. Light's gone. GSDF's gone. Maid's disgusting.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I don't like they can't even defend this high ground push with Luna Zeus, right? I mean, I guess that's why Karstens hasn't gone for any sort of like end plays yet, is because they do have to respect the high ground. But at the same time, you are up 22,000 gold at 28 minutes.
His bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke from Household Warriors. You know what? I think it might be. I think it might be they're trying to get a kill and then forfeit. That literally might just be it. And comes the Moonlight. Finally getting him Muerta. Come on, GG. GG. No, okay, cool. One more team fight. In comes May, disruption being used to save the Zeus. Force staffed out of the way. In comes the BKBs though. Mars is here, stunned up, cannot get the arena, even if he wanted to. In comes the magnetize on all four members of HHW. W buyback. Nobody has died from Karstens. Triple kill for Rue. Blink up to the high ground from Leon Baby. In comes the disruption. Maid still here. Forced off away onto the Shadow Demon, but gets caught with the Centaur Stomp back into the Rolling Boulder. Lights here. Gets the arena back onto Maid. In comes the self-Yules, but the Rolling Boulder is just good enough. Light goes down. GG called. And Karstens take a very dominating game number one. Almost 1k gold per minute. 30-minute victory. I really hope Household Warriors have something up their sleeve for game number two, because otherwise, I do not envy them up against Karstens. With that, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, game number two, Karstens versus Household Warriors. back. Game number 2, Household Warriors versus Karstuns. That was a stomp. I am curious to see how Household Warriors will adjust their draft, but as always, I'm going to mute myself when I solo cast and there is a draft happening. I will see you after the draft is over.
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Dire team ban.
Chen.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team pick.
Scatter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team pick.
Faceless void.
'Dire team pick.
Lion.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Dire team ban.
Tegna.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 'Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant remaining. Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Opponent team picked.
Bloodseeker.
You may now select your heroes. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alrighty then. Game number 2. We have a Meepo. Kyle is playing Meepo. I'm not sure how good a Meepo game this is, because I do not play Meepo. Wu's back on Bloodseeker, Nightshot's back on Pugna. Leon Baby's now on Mars. Maid's on Ember Spirit, even though Earth Spirit wasn't banned. Or at least wasn't banned when it was picked. Tusk for Rodion. Completely new draft for Household Warriors. Faceless Void is good right now. Don't know too much about the Chen. Don't know too much about the Meepo. Primal Beast I've seen a bit. And Lion we have seen a bit today as well.
Goodness. The time draws nigh. Oh, did I do that?
Leon Baby smokes pop. Not exactly sure what the play is from Household Warriors here. Looks like they're gonna try to catch Karstens off guard on the lane of Maid, but who's actually catching whom? This turns into a 5v5. Like being taken on pretty low. Might be the first blood. Down go the blood grenades. Light falls. And this might actually be 4 runes for Karstens as well. Just based on the positions of everything. At the very least, it's 3 runes for Karstens. Now Meepo's gonna get to this one first. Wu on the Bloodseeker. different here than last time around is actually not immediately winning these trades. Did take blood level 1 due to the first blood, so or due to the fighting, so doesn't have the ability to heal back up, and he's got to be careful about the lion. So you know how I said I'm not sure about Meepo right now? The thing is, like, I know for like a hot minute Meepo 1 was good. And by for a hot minute I meant like a patch. I have no idea about Meepo mid. And to that end, matchup in Ember Spirit, I feel like this is good for Ember in the right circumstances. Not sure. And Meepo is Meepo, so anything can happen. He gets a net out. Poofs another one, but I mean, he's not going through this flame guard at all. I mean, Kyle's is just not having the best of it right now. So pretty quiet in the early game. Okay, 2 points and going 1-1-2, so maxing flame guard is what we're at. Late on a 9 shot. Moves back onto QSDF though, but wasn't able to complete it. 9 shot ends up falling to the trample. Yuri, meanwhile, in a little 2v1 action, Shard Spear misses.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Man was able to get the rune. QSDF making his way down. A net into a net. Poofing back forward, but Maid's actually doing pretty alright at the moment.
Dire structures are fortified.
And in comes the gank. Already on making quick work of that. Combined snowball and tag team. I think I'll get net worth. It is, I mean, even on the top lane, where the Bloodseeker had been having
Radiant structures
not great time. Light's killed 9 shot twice. Gold advantage is all 3 lanes for Karstens once again. They're fishing for bashes. No hits in 3. QSDF getting dove in the mid lane. I mean, took a lot of turret shots, but barely gets out. And Meepo is just gonna farm. And this game feels really awkward. Like, we're less than a kill a minute, guys. Come on. Pick up the pace. Chop, chop. Wound trouble from light. It's taken down, so. Nicely done there. Here comes the gank from Maid. Snowball into Uglier. Tag team plus the Nether Blast means Maid ends up getting the kill. Light playing forward, QSDF to back him up. Bloodseeker's in the area. He is of the fast, as I say. You know, bot side, TP from Chen. Trying to make a move on Leon Baby, maybe. He's got level 6. Jerry's not there yet. I think if Leon Baby gets this, yeah, Soul Ring. I was about to say, if Leon Baby gets the combo off with the Tusk in the area, it's just a dead Faceless. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. As I mentioned. Need taking farm away from the Meepo. I mean, Meepo's one of those heroes that needs to get ahead, right? Because Meepo is entire. Well, I mean, he's like still a mechanically skill-intensive hero, but the concept of the hero is very stat-checky. As Leon Baby gets taken down low, should end up falling here, but the rest of his team's in the area. Slight TP's in. Maid's around. Light caught by the slight chains. 9 shot. In trouble.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But he's able to get out just barely. Radiant though. Finds the shards on Uglier. In comes the Remnant. Light looks for the Pulverize. Finds it onto the Tusk because Yuri's in the area. Tusk comes back with the Snowball. 9 shot. Very low, but in comes the Rupture. Onto Light. Made with a double kill. Rodian goes down. As does Light. Man, baby. He's got Arena up in 6 seconds too. If he catches one Meepo or Faceless with Wu in the area plus Maid, I mean, it could make it happen, but they decide to split.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Excuse me, I'm a bit tired. I have been casting, or the stream has been live for 7.5 hours. I've not been casting all that time, obviously.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
In comes Light. Stop at the God's Rebuke. We're in here as well, piling on with the blood right and the suck from 9 shot. Yuri trying to look for the chrono. Finally gets one in, but not for the rest of his team's in a whole lot of trouble. Ends up taking down the Pugna and the Tusk, but now he's on the run. Leon Baby, Maid, and Woo actually getting picked apart one by one. Maid's out of mana. Trying to run away. In comes Yuri.
Is under attack.
That was really messy. I actually thought Karstens had that, but in comes the net. Made us no way out. The finger. Hold up. Hold up. Is this the same team from game number 1? Is this the same team from game? Oh my. We have a game. We have a game. This is 3 straight 3 games. I mean, the second 3-game series did not end up casting 3 games because... And, no Meepo. Oh, why the high five, man? That's a little bit BM from Woo. It's like he has a second one of those, right? Like getting full combo onto light, but he's able to trample away. Or, onslaught away. Yeah, this Bloodseeker is way down in the dirt now. We have a completed Diffusal Blade from Kyle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Blink Arena. Landing on a 2. Light excluded, though. And because the Pulverize on the Maid, Rhodion's here. They got the Rupture, and just like that, the health bars are gone for HHW. Light falls as well. Double kill for Woo. And he's back into the game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A minor setback, as it were.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Goodbye. Man, the game does not feel like it's approaching 2 kills a minute. It's just like, it doesn't even feel like it's as close as it is. Healthy out. Well, that is not Meepo Prime, but if you kill it, it's the same thing. And the poofs keep coming, and the poofs keep coming. Now, with the chrono, they hit the ground running. Leon goes down. So does the Meepo. And they find a Faceless and a Slight Chains. Lion gets the Ear Spike out. Rhodion's around. In comes the Shards. And the Blink tag team and Maid with the kill. And a game, again, the game just doesn't feel super close, even though it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, it's got a completed veil. But I mean, like, I guess part of what it is like, even with the game being relatively even, Carsten's is just setting the tempo. Like, pretty consistently. So, I mean, the group up, they pick, the group up, they pick, the group, they pick. This is like how Carsten's has been playing this. Orca Malevolence completed by Maid. He's going into Maelstrom next. Moves got us completed Maelstrom, going to BKB, sitting about 1,800 gold off that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He does have the Agnum Scepter now, so we have a Mega Meepo. And Meepo doing Meepo things. Okay, taking Roche.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now, Mega Meepo is like funny, and I mean Meepo in general, right? It seems kind of funny in concept because it's like a gremlin, right? It's a big Chen army. Mega Meepo seems like one of those things that's funny in concept, but like when you look at it, it's really hard to balance, which is why when it originally got released, it was so broken. Meepo was being played one. Like, it's funny to see all these Meepos stacked on top of each other. Like, it like literally looks like you're playing Pikmin. But
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
it's pretty difficult to balance. Arena. TP's coming in. Chen with the ultimate being used, but still. Trade of position 3s. Yuri comes in a little bit too late for the chrono. Two Meepos sitting in a mid lane, 5 feet apart. Because they might kiss. Wait, wrong thing. That was because Meepo had Aegis, by the way. That's the only reason that those Meepos were playing that aggressively. But because Meepo Prime was nowhere near and had Aegis. BKB is on Courier. Link Arena and barely able to get out with the time lock, but I find the Lion instead. Meepo's here. BKB from Wu. One shot invis, but he's got to get out. Chronosphere ends up being used as well as a Rupture. Light able to TP, just barely in time. Kyle trying to get in on a Maid. Gets the net out. In comes the Snowball save. Slight. Remnant to get away. In comes Leon Baby. Gets the stun up against the wall for Yuri. Yuri. Continue moving with a time walk. Keep locking him down. In comes the Ember, but unable to make a dent. I mean, this Meepo, you know what? I was questioning it, but it is working out very well for them. Yeah, and Meepo doing Meepo things.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We're going into a Manta.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
9-shot shard?
Is under attack.
Very nice indeed.
Is under attack.
Once again, the game's pretty much dead even. 67% for HHW though, according to Dota Plus. I mean, again, it just like the kill score doesn't like show how much I feel like there's so little happening at any time, because the fights are explosive and then we get a bunch of lulls in the middle. It feels almost like League of Legends. This is the third time I've mentioned League tonight. I apologize to everybody who does not want to hear that, but at the same time, it's a different game. It's not any better or worse. It's just different. I get two reactions to saying I play Dota in a League game. One is Dota sucks. The other is, the other is like I'll say something like, oh, like, you know, I'm playing this game because Dota doesn't really have the equivalent of an Anivia. And then they're like, but what about, and then they insert a hero that is not Leshrac. Which is just like, it's really interesting because like the kit of a hero versus the theme of the hero is different between the games. Like heroes can be thematically similar and have similar kits, but oftentimes not at the same time. This is an engage onto the Meepo. Lights here with the BKB, trying to get down the Meepo, but he's gone into the Mega Form, and in comes the Chrono. Holy hell. That was absolutely massive by Yuri. Absolute cleanup. Double kill for Light. Oh my goodness. You cannot count out the Chrono at all. Who is nowhere near that fight. Finally, way on the Meepo, he goes Mega, and then, yeah, jeez. But no, it's like between the two games, you have heroes that are, like, thematically similar, but the kits are very different. Like, what I say is, like, Leshrac and Anivia have similar ideas, or have, like, a similar-ish kit, right? They both have this kind of, like, AoE DPS ability, point-and-click E. Are they actually gonna fight this? In comes the Blink, Walrus Punch, tag team as well. Who puts the BKB? In comes the Meepo. They got the stun back up onto the Primal Beast, and Woo moonwalks out of the fight. Light's here though. Has a trample to get away. In comes Maid, TP's in. They really want to kill Kyle just once. But the Meepos keep poofing on. Who's stunned up by the Chen army? And this chase, it's just a little bit deep from Karstens. I'm a little bit worried that they could get collapsed on. Kyle's got a DD rune. He's got a disperser. Unable to make the first net hit. Stun him up against the wall, but the DD's here. Leon Baby, BKB, gets away from his own arena. Nine shot running, and it's now a 7k gold lead for Household Warriors. Where was this team game number 1? Is my question. But yeah, Nivea and Leshrac both have an AoE DPS toggle ability, a point and click E, and a skill shot Q stun. However, thematically, well, on the surface level, they seem similar. The end result is a very different. The end result is a very different playstyle and a very different kit. Because Leshrac, his E is a slow. There's also no such thing as AP in, or scaling abilities off stats in Dota, whereas there is in League. So the thing about Anivia is that if you hit somebody with your Q, your E gets 100% AP scaling or does double damage. That's not really a thing with Leshrac. So on the surface, they look very similar, but the actual playstyle is pretty different. And it just
Dire's top tower is under attack.
but again, it's like similar-ish kits, different themes, completely different games, completely different playstyles. Right, Leshrac, when he's good, is very active outside of laning phase, very early. Anivia is very much a late game hero, whereas Leshrac, I mean, he's good on various parts of the game, can play a little bit more skirmishy, can play late game, be super tanky. Also, Leshrac's a drain tank because of the Bloodstone changes. That didn't used to be the case for Lesh, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
I just picked up by me, Bill. A 91% win prob now for Household Warriors. Okay, I'll shut up about League of Legends now. It's just... I just talk about what's on my mind because I don't have somebody to talk to. Because it is 5:40 a.m. here on the east coast of the U.S.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Wu is farming up a storm right now. I mean, 9k gold lead. This really is all on the Meepo. Oh, it's not all on the Meepo. It's on the Meepo and on the fact that the Mars is very far behind and Chen's got a lot of net worth. I'm pushing out on the high ground. In comes the Walrus punch. Might be enough to get light, but he's able to BKB away. Wu's here. Has the rupture up. Pump fakes it, gets it down, and in comes the Chrono. Yuri unable to kill either person in it, though. It's like it's flipped back around by the Walrus kick. And a Walrus punch. Ends up trading a Pugna for a Primal. Up to 96% win prob. Link from Leon, baby. Getting the stun up on QSDF. In comes the slight change. BKB from Maid. Trying to get QSDF as the buyback comes in for the Pugna. Karstens, their health bars are way too low right now. The Remnant's out from Maid. He really needs to get away, but the Hex lands, and that should be all she wrote for the Ember Spirit. Walrus kick. QSDF stunned up against the wall. Trying to get sucked, but Rodian running away from Yuri. And the Bloodseeker's dead. This is GG with a Meepo like this. That's just straight up GG. Actually, Rupture's up in 4, maybe not. They can go through back door, though. Because Chen creeps. And Meepo. Oh, one of the Meepos gets caught. Walrus punched after the Walrus kick, but, I mean, he's just so tanky. Each individual Meepo is so tanky compared to everything else. Meepo still got Aegis. They're on to the T4s now. One last glyph for the road, but even with all cores up, it's not going to look good, except the Meepo goes into the Aegis of the Immortal for the first time. Nah. GG was called. And we're going on to game 3, Household Warriors versus Karstens. It was a stomp, then a stomp. What do we get next? I don't know, but you'll do it with me right here on this channel. We'll be right back after this. And we are here for the final game of tonight. I'm gonna mute myself, you know the drill already.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
I speak for the trees.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Mirana. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Ember Spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Lion.
Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Quick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Night Stalker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team banned.
Faceless Void.
team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Invoker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, it's Faceless Invoker for Household Warriors, as Karstens have gone back to the Life Sealer, this time with an Ember Spirit Night Stalker delivery, as Earth Spirit was banned away from them. All right.
Goodness.
Yeah, people gotta go bio. A bit unfortunate, but this is the way it is today.
Goodness.
All right. Another pause. All right. You know, I'm starting to learn that I don't really have the endurance for 3 best of 3s in a row. When it's done all by myself. I don't even get to see a fun pick. Everything is boring in this game. Last game there was a meepo. This game we have a bunch of boring heroes.
Goodness.
No memes. No weird off meta stuff. No meta but only in pubs stuff. Where is my core wyvern? And also, I misspoke earlier. I said it was a Chinese team that did that. No, it was a C team. It was the 123 Savages on. Forgot the name. Their logo's blue. Yeah, that one. All the ex-Talon players went to it. Anyways, Rubik is dead. Just like the heavy. We are at Exhort Invoker. 2 runes apiece. Nine-shot Marana. Man, Nature's is so good right now. Apparently a pause due to lag. Alright. We big chillin'. We big chillin'. Trying to think of other things to talk about that are lighthearted in nature and appropriate for a stream. Oh. I was about to say, 9-shot ran into that one. That's just disgusting. Now let's talk about an item. Bloodstone. We've seen it been built a bit tonight. On Kunkka and on Leshrac, particularly. And it's an item that has changed quite a lot throughout the history of Dota 2. Obviously, the stacks, or the stacking item that gave you stats, the more stacks you had, and then you lost stacks when you died. The original version of Bloodstone. Something a lot of people remember, but also back in the day, and this is a change that they made. This is a change they made like quite a ways ago. Like during when Dota 2 was still considered like actually a beta, not full release. If I remember correctly, Bloodstone used to, if you activated it, the active on it would deny you. So if you were low health and you had stacks on your Bloodstone, you could deny yourself and not lose as many charges. Well, a couple years ago, Valve decided it was a great idea to give an item, or to change Bloodstone to be the spell equivalent of Satanic. And what's really interesting, I think, about that decision is, A, Leshrac, let's go. You know, Leshrac 3 became a thing, and that's kind of when I started playing Leshrac 3, was with those maybe it was a little bit before the Bloodstone changes came in. I forgot what it was. There was like something, and I realized that Leshrac 3 would be like this kind of thing that you could do. Like, and they had just released Eternal Shroud 2, so they had like made all these changes. And this was like, this was like a year before Leshrac 3 was like a thing at TI and like a menace, and like Zai would absolutely dumpster people on it. But it's like that enabled this kind of like, that's disgusting. That enabled this kind of like idea that doesn't exist, or that only a few heroes kind of hit in Dota, called being a drain tank. In League of Legends, any champion that League of Legends again, any champion that uses spells to lifesteal, and through that becomes tanky, is called a drain tank, versus like a life-stealing tank where the spells comes down right clicks, or just a tanky tank, right, where you've just got a lot of health and a lot of armor. Well,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
in Dota, really, we only had have a couple that fit that moniker. Not nearly as many as in League of Legends. Obviously, Death Prophet comes off as one, or Pugna as another, right? And Death Prophet is definitely more the tank version of that. Pugna is not really all that tanky, even if he does lifesteal using his abilities. Well, Bloodstone enabled heroes to become kind of this that could do a lot of damage consistently throughout a fight, into this kind of drain tank style, which I really appreciate. And that's why I started playing this like Bloodstone Leshrac 3, and why like I got Bloodstone Leshrac or Bloodstone Bristleback when they made the changes to his ags and stuff like that. Like, it really appeals to me. But for a game that has incredible amounts of lifesteal in it, to the point where it's absolutely BS, the heal cut basically feels like it does nothing, right? And a game with ludicrous amounts of lifesteal and healing that is League of Legends, they don't have an equivalent of Bloodstone in the game, despite the fact that they have several lifesteal items, like regular lifesteal items. They either get flat lifesteal or have some sort of active or enhanced lifesteal and stuff like that. So it's a bit interesting because the stat isn't called, so the stat used to be called Spell Vamp, which was basically, instead of spell lifesteal, spell vampirism. You healed for a percentage of the spell that you did. Instead, it became Omnivamp, so it also included your physical damage as well, or your right-click damage as well. And they only have like one item in the game that gives you that. And it's used on Drain Tanks exclusively, but it doesn't create this kind of natural Invoker. Ends up falling mid lane. 9-Shot is going to die here as well, thanks to the Sprout. They don't really have an item that turns from... Tive's coming in bot. Dark Ascension, yeah. Even if he gets a bash, I don't think he's going to survive. There isn't an item that enables people that don't inherently have some sort of healing or lifesteal within their kit to do that kind of thing. But I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity because the game has so much healing in it. Nicely done. The game has so much healing in it, especially compared to Dota. I just find it odd that they don't have an item like Bloodstone in the game. I mean, maybe it's because it would fundamentally break the game because there are so many... Well, I say that, but there aren't a whole lot of mages, ability-focused heroes in League that do DPS instead of just burst damage. Like everything's burst, and like straight DPS doesn't really exist in the major role outside of like Anivia and Cassiopeia, really. So like I don't know. I would really like to see what would happen if League had Bloodstone in its current iteration. I think it would be absolutely hysterical. Like maybe with the mana restore too. Probably not with the mana restore. I would dig it with the mana restore, but that is all. I could be talking about that gangsta. I mean, it's just early game Dota. Like, as a play-by-play, like early game Dota is great when you can bounce off your color commentator and be like, "Oh yeah, your color commentator's talking about something," and then it's like, "Oh look, a play is happening," and then the color comes, "Oh look, a play is happening." But the thing is, like, a lot of the early game quote unquote fights are just like 2-on-1s, or someone gets caught out, or someone just dies. And there are a lot. I think early game, is the hardest part of any Dota game to cast. To cast well, because like there is stuff going on, there are important things that are happening, but it's very difficult to show that if you are yourself focused as a play-by-play. And also just in terms of play-by-play, like the actual things that happen, it's not, things are very quick. Yeah, like this, like you just chain a bunch of CC and he dies. And so the play-by-play there is, oh, Invoker's dead. Like, I'm not going to say, like, oh, gets caught by the air spike, blah, 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 rah. Because that's not the point, right? Early game is, unless it's like a really, really skirmishy early game, it is the lowest energy part of the game, lowest energy part of a cast. Generally speaking, because the idea is you want to ramp up energy as things happen. Dark Ascension being popped, and 4 members of Karstens are bot. Gonna kill Uglier. Even with a Finger of Death on a Leon baby, he survives. Yuri, he's got the Chrono. Gets it on a 3. Plus the Sunstrike for Kyle. In comes the Infest Bomb. QSDF will trade his life. Tries to kill 9-Shot! Does not get it. Still, 2 supports for a 3, not necessarily worth it for Carstones, especially because they keep giving this Invoker gold. Quas Exhort. Yeah, okay, so they added like an Invoker-like champ hero to League of Legends. The only reason I'm talking about League this much, by the way, is because I started playing it again this week. Like, literally this week. The game still has the same problems it's always had. I just missed playing Anivia. That was basically it. But they added it like an Invoker-like champ. But because of League's control and the fact that they don't have, like, the ability to, the extra keys other than QWER, because DNF are used for summoner spells, aka Flash +1, whatever the one is, because Flash is absolutely broken. Nice layering of CC. I mean, it's 2 people and then the Nature's TP's in it as 3 people. That's basically it. Now Zember's absolutely down in the dirt. But the game is like I can't even remember what I was going to say. I'm tired. It has been this stream has been live for 8.5 hours. As the time it's been live, it's not all the time I've been casting, but I am absolutely tired. I have lost all my trains of thought. And this is just the loopiness. I hope no one important's watching this stream, because it's pretty bad right now. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's value in talking and, like, thoughtfully comparing the different games of the genre. Just because of, like, how different they are and, like, what fundamentally, like, makes one appealing to some people and one appealing to others. Like, the thing is, like, in League of Legends, there's kind of this romanticized, often, Infest Bomb delivery with the Dark Ascension, no way out without a BKB. In League of Legends, there's like this romanticized ideal of the 1v9, where basically you solo carry an entire game from start to finish. And made. Dive down to Kyle, in comes Lyke, it's a pullback. Doesn't even need the RP to make it work. Rodian gets away. I mean, what is Made doing? I mean, you're behind. Like, you're behind on Ember. You're going Kaya Sanj, Max Slate. In a game where you have Lifesteal or Night Stalker, I feel like you're fine to just farm. Right? Like, I think you're fine to just go Maelstrom, Flameguard Max, and farm and try to get back into the game. But right now, every time you show up mid, you die because of all the global pressure. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. Already in Finger, at least. It's just every time you show by yourself, you die. And even if your supports are in the area, they just blow you up way too quickly. You need to farm camps. You need to do something about that. Like, yes, Wu should be farming as well, and he's going into the Radiance, but you have areas on the map, right? Because your Night Stalker so graciously took the T1 bot. You have an area of the map that you should be able to farm decently okay. And instead, like, you're doing the thing that everybody at my MMR does, which is just go back to your lane stubbornly. And I was like, well, okay, maybe you want to give Night Stalker the farm priority. Maybe, but, like, Night Stalker doesn't really need that when it's nighttime or when his ult's up. Because he's trying to become a kill squad with the other supports. I just feel like it's a little bit short-sighted, right? To not try to recover your game. To try to play this, you know... I mean, once again, like, it's almost like he's baiting for his team here, but... And maybe he is. Like Stalker's around, but it's just he dies way too quickly. The rest of his team's here. They killed the Invoker at the very least. In fact, Karstens might be able to clean up this. Taking on the Lion. Actually, they have a lot of damage. QSDF running away. And Karstens ends up 4 for 1. Okay, never mind. You baited for your team appropriately there. That was fine. I still think you should be farming. Is coming from dumb play-by-play me, but again, like, you have an area of this entire area of the map is unused farm and has been unused farm for the last like 6-7 minutes. Like, these guys are immortal. They know better than this. They for sure know better than this. Yeah, and now Lifestealer's moving in here to farm the area because he can do that, because he can take more dangerous farm, and then you as the Ember Spirit, instead of taking the farm in the lane, you could farm these camps that aren't being taken. Your Night Stalker doesn't need that much farm priority. He's going BKB Blink. I mean, Wu's putting this entire game on his shoulders. Really. I mean, this is the same thing that happened in game number 2, where, like, the Bloodseeker, like, was trying to do as best as he can. But, I mean, like, once Invoker gets Ags, I mean, he went Orchid first, but once Invoker gets Ags, this becomes untenable for most of your team. QSDF. Self-Sprouts to try to get away, as Karstens was in the area, but not Household Warriors. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong with the read. I just, there is, like, unused areas. There is untaken farm on the map in the parts of the map that your team controls. Because your team, effectively, due to your warding and how far ahead your Night Stalker is and your, or how farmed your Lifestealers, your team controls 3/4 of the map. You can use 1/4 of that map for yourself. Right, you don't have to push out the dead wave, which is, I mean, like, you could give that farm to your supports and take this entire jungle if you just took the build that farms. He's not going to get punished for it this game, though. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. This Invoker is getting pretty scary. And he's, like, recovering... Okay, I mean, he's still like 1,000 gold down on the next poorest core from the enemy team. And, like, I get it, lane creeps are more valuable. This is like, but, like, I feel like the farm that Made has been taking this game has been the farm that his 3 or his supports should be taking, right? Just generally speaking, like, he farms an area and I'm like, oh, you know, this is where, like, I would have, like, a Bristlebat. Like, I guess the idea Made has, or maybe the trap Made has fallen into, is like, I'm Ember Spirit, I can get out of any situation with remnants, but there is so much crowd control. Every single hero on Household Warriors team, except for kinda Nature's Prophet, but even then kinda he has a stun. And you can just layer that and get blown up because you don't have a whole lot of health. Because, I mean, now it's got Kai'San, it's got a bit more health. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm just overreacting. I'm also, like, significantly worse at the game than these guys. And Mate is very good at spirits. I was harping on it too much. That's fine. I am just so tired. I am just so tired. I'm making terrible points. And I don't have a color caster to tell me I'm wrong. Sprout for Sprout. Down goes the Nature's Prophet. Like, this is the thing. I'm harping on builds. I'm talking about games that aren't Dota. 4K gold lead. Game is dead even. Because neither of these teams want to force anything. This is the other thing. Game number 1, even if Household Warriors should have forfeit at like 17 minutes, right? Even if that were the case, Karstens should not have taken 30 minutes to get to that point in the game. All three sets of racks should have at least been down by then, with how much of a lead they had. But they were so afraid to push high ground with a gold lead that was worth 750 gold per minute. I mean, it's like the Suns fan and Cinderin thing where like they were like saying, oh my god, something's happening, and no, it's not. It's like the teams are playing too scared. Like none of them want to go in for any of these large commitments, and when they do, it typically creates it typically starts as a smaller thing and then it's a dog pile, right? It's not super coordinated. Karstens, the way that they play is they play for picks. So they go for a pick on somebody, and then when Household Warriors are ready to collapse on them because they've read Karstens like a book in that regard, right? They go back in for the counter engage, and Karstens has already blown their load on a dude. So, and then they start playing a little bit more scared, and it's like you're playing this kind of committal pick style of thing, but you have strong team fight, right? Household Warriors, they know they got a strong team fight, but they haven't been able to go for any of these hard commits yet because the opportunity hasn't quite presented itself. That's fine. But I think Karstens, if you're taking the skirmishier thing with the picks and stuff like that, you should be trying to get more out of each of your picks, right? You get a pick and then you go back to farming, but that's a great way to build a lead, but it's not a good way to win a game, you know? And then you just have so much downtime where, like, I mean, your Night Stalker has Dark Ascension up and BKB. You have both supports in the area, and you're pushing the Dead Wave where, like, Roshan priorities here, they're not going to be able to get it because the wave's pushing out. So Household Warriors can pretty much freely sneak this. And Moonlight, it's like they're setting up for a gank, but they just have no idea where they are at all. Like they threw away control of this entire bottom side of the map. And like that's why Dota Plus is favoring Household Warriors, despite the fact that they're down, because if you aren't pushing your lead, you aren't going to win a game off of it, right? Like, and this isn't a problem when, you know, you have your wombo combo that you like playing so much, but I mean, like, you have seeded so many Roshans just to not being prepared for it, and like, how are you even gonna fight in this pit, right? Everyone's taking the TP out though. But it's like, how do you even fight in that pit? You're up against Faceless Void and Invoker. An Invoker's almost to his Ags. 1,300 gold away from that, by the way. So it's gonna be like a 26-minute Ags ish, maybe 27 if Karstens is lucky. And like, they set up for the Sinfest bomb, but it's kind of aimless, right? It's like, we'll see someone on the map and then go and pick them. We'll see someone on the map and then go and pick them. And I know that was a setup for going bot, but like, you have ideas of where Household Warriors could be on the map. Again, I'm probably wrong. It's fine. These players are immortal. I'm just a dumb play-by-play. I just want to see more action. That's where this really comes from, and it's a pause. Like, I just desperately want to see more action on the map. I want to see these teams fighting instead of in bursts. I want to see them, like, you have a skirmishy comp, you should try to skirmish with it. Hags on Magnus. I mean, I just 66% win prob. Okay, I just don't see how this next fight, whatever it is, doesn't end poorly for Karstens, right? I was like, your Ember's got some gold back into the game. The Night Stalker has fallen off, kinda, which is a little bit annoying, but that's mostly because he hasn't been pressing his freaking lead. He's 6-1-6, and he is the poorest core. That should not happen. Like, seriously. Like, or I should say, what Karsten's is doing is they're playing to protect a lead, but they're not playing to increase it. Those are the words I'm trying to say. But the thing is, if you're playing to protect a lead, and it's a small, like, if you're playing to protect a lead, you're typically doing that because you outscale. But once again, the enemy team outscales you because they are Faceless Void, Invoker. And Magnus in there, too. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. This stream has been going on for 9 hours. This stream has been going on for 9 hours. I forgot to start the timer. Okay. Man. I have to admin this lobby too. I don't like adminning. The things I do for tournaments that I love. If it sounds like I'm flaming Karsten's too much, please bear with me. It has been a long day. And this mostly comes from a place of I've seen what Karsten's can do when they put it together. It just, I don't know if something shook them from the last game or something like that, but it's just the way that they're playing is something that is not a play style that I think suits them as a team very well. And like, this happens, I think, when Made gets behind, is like, they're so used to playing around this like playmaking potential of Made, but if Made falls behind or Made doesn't get ahead, then they kind of start falling apart because their primary playmaker is playing like they still can make plays sometimes, but at the same time hasn't taken any steps to recover to actually be able to make those plays. It's like you have this really fed lifestealer, and maybe that's enough. But one of the things I was getting earlier is like League of Legends has this concept of a 1v9, right? Where if you as a single person can just get so fed in lane that you just snowball the entire game and it doesn't matter what anybody else in the game does, you are just going to carry that game, and inevitably that's what a 1v9 is in that game. That doesn't exist in Dota. Dota is a much more team-centric game than League of Legends, and it always has been, and that's why a lot of Dota players like Dota, is because it's a team-centric game. Yes, you have games where you carry, but that's typically a combination of things. You can carry a game from start to finish, but if you don't have teammates that are going to be able to coordinate with you and are going to be able to, you know, if one of your teammates had a really bad lane, right, your job as the carry is to make sure that they can get farmed back up so they can contribute into the team fights, because nobody is able to completely 1v9 a game of Dota except the Medusa that is, I mean, even then, like, I don't even, or like a Medusa or a Terrorblade. We think of these like ultra late game scaling heroes that can 1v9 a team fight. But at the end of the day, Medusa has a lot of vulnerabilities. Medusa, you know, when she's absolutely broken, yeah, sure, if the ultra late game is an unkillable monster that kills everything. But that isn't that's like such a rare occurrence in the game. So if you build your team around one person and one person's playmaking potential and they fall behind and you're not doing anything, or you as a player are not adjusting in a way to make up for that, even if you have a really fed member of your team, and even if your farm isn't that bad, right, you're still running in an issue. Hold on. Anyways, I'm gonna send it to a break so I can do admin-y things. I will see you after we return. Fortunately, it looks like a system crash happened, and unfortunately for Household Warriors, they ran out of pause time, so someone's gonna have to micro Yuri in the meantime. I don't know, maybe my criticism of Karstens was unwarranted. I'm just tired, and I want them to fight. BKB for VKB, TP out of the way by Invoker, but it gets stunned up. Leon baby. Doing pretty good now. And trying to catch the Business Void that's being microed. Gunshot running away from Yuri. Or not Yuri, whoever's controlling Yuri. The Faceless Void. Gets the Chrono out. Chrono gets sold by Rodion though. Unfortunately, this is like one of the worst spells for Rubik to steal, but still funny.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A flash of inspiration.
Horntoss stopped up, and a stolen Chrono. It was actually like the perfect use of a stolen Chrono. GG called. That's so unfortunate, honestly. Such an anticlimax to the night, but it has been a long night. And with that, Karstens move on. Household Warriors, they gave up a valiant effort. Game number 2 was really good for them. But that's all the time I have for tonight's stream. I will see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'll have a co-caster for at least the first best of 3, so you won't want to miss that. Until then, my name has been Fennec, and I'll see you around.